Yo, 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 everybody pile in. We have to do it today, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry in advance. I'm sorry in advance. I feel terrible that I have to even partake in what I'm going to do today, but it's time, especially if you are somebody if you are a millennial, if you are somebody who may have, got your first lean to back that ass up and back that ass up. You know what I'm saying? You got you had your first memory to that doom, 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 doom. If the first time you really, put on something fly and you said, you know what I'm saying, bling, bling, this is for the people who, when it was you and your homeboys in school and everything, you guys were, one of y'all was Turk, the other one was BG, the other one was Juvie, and maybe you were Wayne on a good day, right? This stream is for y'all. This is for the ones who, when the Drought 1, the Drought 2 was dropping, and the Squad Up mixtapes, and used to go around telling niggas, yo, Wayne's next up, Wayne got it, Wayne's the nigga, he next up. It's only Hove and Wayne. It's for y'all, man. This is for the ones that when the Carter finally dropped, when Go DJ dropped, when Birdman JR dropped, you know what I'm saying? Greatest rapper alive since greatest rapper retired. This is for y'all, the ones that, like I said, when Carter 2 dropped, when the feature run in 2007 happened, when the Sorry for the Wait, when the No Ceilings came out, when the Drought 3 came out, the Leaks, a Millie, 6'7". This is for us, the real Wayne fans, the ones who might be casuals, but we got to do it, bro. Today's the day we have to do the Wayne album review. Before we get into it, I just want to say what's up. Hey, how are you doing, Standra? How are you doing? Everybody pile up into the chat. We have to have a rebuking session this morning. Like I said before, man, I didn't want to do it, but somebody got to do it. Trevor Jackson hit me up last night before I even went. While I was live, Trevor Jackson TV. Go and subscribe to his platform. We are going to be cooking up something this weekend. Me, him, and J Doug. We're going to do a stream. But he hit me up. Let me text him now, actually. Hold on. You let me know when you finish it. Hold on. I'm telling you how to finish it. I'm not going to influence your listening experience. Okay. So like I said, man, I had to send that out. And I'm being honest, dog. This album was hot ass. Is this, I'm just trying to make sure, is this the same guy that y'all told us that was supposed to take over the halftime show? Like he was the guy, not Kendrick. Kendrick wasn't right for getting Jay-Z, Hove. You telling me all those niggas was crazy for picking Kendrick over Lil Wayne for this album that you guys telling me, right? You guys are trying to convince me. This man right here, that I grew up on Wayne. I'm a Wayne fan. Wayne is one of the most influential rappers of our generation. But you're really trying to tell me that they picked Kendrick Lamar over Lil Wayne, and you niggas trying to tell me they fucked up. All the niggas who's crying, complaining, saying Wayne was robbed, saying Wayne's a great performer. Where y'all at today? Where's the people who told me this album was going to be fire? We had an AI promo run with Lil Wayne biting off the Jay-Z Magna Carta rollout or Blueprint 3 rollout with all his album reviews on the AI shit. And I'm be honest, dog, I never thought I would see the day that the Carter 6 came out and I immediately went to the Barter 6 Young Thug album. Was Young Thug right when he said the end of the Carter series is going to be the Barter 6? Because if the Carter 6 ends the series, then I will happily put Young Thug's album to replace that. I just can't believe our legend is going down like that. I don't know if it was all the lean, the drugs, the weed, his hair falling out. I don't know what it was, but this is one of the biggest disappointments I've ever experienced as a hip hop fan. I mean, like, word to Kendrick. I remember, like, one of the biggest bars in this Kendrick album is when he said, I used to like, what he said, I used to bump the Carter 3 with my Rolly chain proud. Nigga, we used to bump the Carter 3 proudly. We ain't bumping this shit. This is terrible. The first track, they got me on the first track. I'm like, okay, cool. This sounds like we about to cook something up. It's like, you know, this about to be a monumental thing. And then we were duped. Like 6-7 songs in, I'm like, dog, I want my time back. I am so happy I did not stay up last night to do an album review. I probably would have crashed out and lost my YouTube channel. I probably would have said some things that would have got me canceled. I probably would have went but I would have went crazy. Because this album, the production sounds like you called gym class heroes and a nigga who did Hamilton to produce this. Even the Manny Fresh track is ass. Like, bro, every song, bro, when Wayne starts rapping, he messes up. Like, Wayne does not know anything about song structure. And the thing that annoys me about a music fan is when you have an old artist like Lil Wayne that has stunted his growth, that cannot formulate a fucking song to save his life. You have to pretty much handcraft a song with a beat in the chorus and just throw Lil Wayne a space to drop 12 to 16 bars and hope he doesn't fuck it up. Wayne, at this point, Lil Wayne is a great feature artist when he wants to jump on a track and give you some bars and give you a quick 16, somebody else's song all day. I salute that. I think that's what Wayne is best, in small pockets. You telling me you're going to give me a full Lil Wayne song? Nigga, no. Thank you. Nigga, just saying shit. Bro, at this point, you just saying shit. And I understand, salute. Hey, I want everybody to give props to my nigga Mad Slander, because Mad Slander been one of the loudest Wayne detractors and haters that I've ever known. But today you gotta give him his flowers. Wayne, I guess he just be saying shit. Because it's not one bar. I mean, dog, what I wrote down the 2 worst bars I heard on this whole album. I actually sat here for an hour and 9 minutes. First thing I did this morning was sit there with my notes, my coffee. I ain't even smoke. This morning because I said I want to have a clear, concise, detailed review of this album. I don't want the lemon cherry gelato haze, clear a fog in my brain. I don't need the lemon cherry gelato having me thinking about something else while I'm trying to think about this Drake album. And maybe I should have smoked, because maybe I wouldn't be this mad before hopping on the street. I was so mad after hearing that album. I cooked up a whole episode because I could not stand what the fuck I just heard. 2 bars that if you would have told me 5 years ago, 10 years ago, Lil Wayne was going, this is what he was going to say. One of the bars he said, "Before you piss on me, I'll pee myself." Like, dog, ever since the Carter 4, his punchlines have been flat as shit. His punchline use ran out to me by literally No Ceilings was the last time his punchlines was really hitting on something, bro. Because at this point, that was terrible. Another bar he said, let me see if I can find it. He said, "I'm a red elephant like Donald Trump." Bro, I don't want to hear no more blood. I'm sorry. I don't want to hear no more blood references by Lil Wayne. I don't want to hear no more gang references by Lil Wayne, bro. I'm sorry. I don't want to hear nothing about the bloods from this nigga, bro. I'm just being real. We got to come at academics. The fuck was you talking? What was you talking about yesterday? Wayne, he dropping. We're going to do album review. Drake might be on the album. Nicki might be on the album. Bro, Drake could have been on 3-4 tracks. Drake could not say this album. I believe Drake was on the album and then heard the final album and took his shit off. He was like, "Hey, dog, I've taken enough goddamn L's in the last 13 to 14 months. The last thing I need while I'm trying to beat wash allegations is to be standing next to you and your washed motherfucking bars." I think the smartest thing Drake did was remove himself from his album. And the reason why I think Drake was supposed to be on his album, because during Lil Wayne's promo a run he's been on for the last 2 weeks. He had an OVO chain on while he took a picture. I believe Drake probably sent him a verse. Nigga was like, all right, cool. We about to go up. And just to see, he wasn't on the album. Thank God. All those tracks, it was probably 4 songs that were okay. I would even say replay value, because when the whole album is that trash and that poorly crafted, poorly executive produced, poorly rolled out, I don't even want to listen to some of the good songs. This feels like you were so mad at the Super Bowl, you just rushed an album out and tainted your legacy. Like, you could have called, I mean, the funeral was ass. The Carter 5 was good. I like the Carter 5. I like Carter 4, 3, 2, 1. This album right here, bro, it was terrible. This was terrible. This nigga had the audacity, literally, this nigga had the audacity to drop tour dates for this album. You dropped tour dates for this album. Like, who's going to see this? What songs on this album are you about to do for people who paid tickets to see this? You think this album is fire? Name me 4 songs on this album that's fire. Name me 5 songs on this album that's fire. You are lying through your goddamn teeth if you say this album is fire. I don't know what, Nick, what? The song with D-Lo sound all right, and the Wayne start. And bro, come on, bro. Come on, bro. This album right here is trash. I see what you're saying, but I need you to give me an opinion. I need you to tell me what's going on. Like I said, dog, the auto, everything he was doing on this was regurgitated, repetitive, and he is ruining his legacy by continuing to drop music. Like, he should just be a legacy artist, or he should take the song structure out of his hands and let somebody else pick what's going on. Nigga sampled a goddamn elephant. Bro, you sampled an elephant, dog. You got clips. You got niggas who beefing with you. Like, bro, that's what I'm saying. You think DDG album was fire, and you tell me this Wayne album is fire. I don't have nothing against DDG. I ain't got nothing against Wayne. But I'm not listening to no DDG album and Wayne. Like I said, we just had a Pusha T, Malice, and Pharrell drop the hottest song of the month. Drop probably one of the hottest songs this year. That beat was cold. The bars was cold. These niggas still got it. And we go from 3 niggas that was in Wayne's generation, that was in his class, drop timeless music that still sounds like their brand of music. Meanwhile, we got Lil Wayne going on a 1997 Bobby Brown tour. This nigga's washed. And his relationship with Drake isn't nowhere near how tight it is, because with Drake, who in Young Money heard this shit and said, hey, dog, this was fire. Put it out. You got too many yes men on your team to believe that people heard peanuts and elephants, or elephants to peanuts, whatever that bullshit ass called, and said, dog, this is fire. This literally looks like an album you dropped after you die. Like, Wayne, you should have died first and let them drop this album so you can have an excuse that you had no control over this. Because this sounds like an album that niggas drop after they dead. Like, the label just grab a bunch of random niggas. Like, why are you and Bono on the track? Bono, we can't get a Drake feature. We can't get a Young Thug feature. We couldn't get a Playboy Cardi feature. We couldn't get, like, we could have got like, a Like Weezy remix or Like Weezy sampled Flip on your album with Cardi. That would have said, like, you could have saved the album with just moments with different artists. You should have, Carter 6 should have been an album with you and like Future, goddamn Cardi, goddamn Thug. This should have been an album with all your kids on it that you inspired, that picked up your torch and your influence and carried it for the next 15 to 20 years till today, for the fact that you can say you dropping the Carter 6 and niggas is anticipated and are this passionate about it. You should have made the Carter 6 a full moment where all your kids came on the album with you, and King Carter, you know, you say King Carter, but we didn't get any of those moments. We did not feel like that. We should have had an album full of people that you have influenced that work with you, and y'all could have had moments, dog. We could have had like situations, bro. We could have had timeless tracks where we sat back and been like, you know what? The euphoric feeling of what you did on these, or the people you grabbed, their production, like even the Manny Fresh song is ass. Salute to Carl Tway in the building, dog. I can't believe this fucking bullshit that just dropped. And I'm not trying to curse, but as a Wayne fan, nigga, when Bling Bling came out, I was a kid, man. I was one of the kids. Nigga, I'm Wayne, you Turk, you BG, you Stunner, you know what I'm saying? You Juvie, you Manny. Like my favorite rapper, one of my favorite rappers all time, Currency. Currency comes from Lil Wayne tree. We wouldn't have Wiz the way Wiz is if it wasn't for Currency being with him. Like Wayne's eye for talent. The thing that kills me is this: Wayne's eye and ear for talent, for innovation, for what's about to come around the corner, for how he shaped and remixed what hip hop was, the sound, what mixtapes were. You would think somebody with that innovative of a mind would know either when to call it quits or when to switch something up. And we did not get that. We got pure ass on the cracker. We got straight dumpster juice. And I don't want to hear nobody who was caping for Drake, who was caping for goddamn OVO. I don't want to hear no OVO hoes talking about, oh, y'all so mad, y'all so pissed off about, y'all still hate Drake, that y'all using Wayne as a proxy to get your Kendrick bars off, get your Drake hate off. No, it's not. No, it's not. You think we wanted to hate this? You think I want to come on stream today and trash one of my favorite rappers? No, I don't. But I have an obligation to the people who are waking up today that are like, yo, what is the Wayne album? When I heard that, I thought my duty was to save everybody on this stream an hour and 9 minutes of your life back. I'm dedicating 2 hours and 18 minutes to save you an hour and 9 minutes. That's how fucking pissed I am. I feel like I need to do a public service duty to save niggas time in their lives, because I wish somebody would have did that for me. The fuck? Based off the response I've seen on my timeline, Carter 6 is apparently a 2-pack of ass. It's a 2-pack of ass. It's trash. It's like, this is the equivalent to Allen Iverson joining the Big Three. And he never played. Ass washed. I always thought Juvenile was face like, nigga. I need to calm down. I need to calm down. I think the Adderall, I think the coffee, I think the testosterone, I think I might be high. You said Wayne drug. Nigga, I think I might be on drugs. Maybe I'm high. Maybe I'm unhinged. Maybe I'm tripping. Maybe I'm a hater. I don't fucking know. But I'm annoyed. I'm pissed. I got all the YNs calling me Unc now. I was big bro. Now I'm Unc. I don't want to be Unc. Wayne, you Asian niggas. What the fuck is going on? Terrible beats. Stop trying to say we running away or we hating because it's still Drake Kendrick. No, if you on OVO, you stand over there. And if you are OVO, you Young Money, be objective. We don't need you sitting around this motherfucker caping for bullshit. So you cape for bullshit and real stuff pop off. We don't want to hear what you got to say. I'm not on. I'm the big bro. I'm not on yet. I'm big bro. I graduated from YN. I'm big bro era. I will be up in like 5 years. But I am holding on to big bro for dear life after Wayne just aged niggas 10 years. YNs ain't letting up, man. Breathe. Man, I can't. This is bullshit. And I'm sorry, but this is bullshit. The beats were terrible, dog. The beats were terrible. And we talking about a man. And when I say the beats are terrible, do Did Wayne get too much credit for hopping on beats that were already hits? Did Wayne get too much credit for hopping on beats, hand-picking beats when he was on his mixtape era? When Wayne was hopping on everybody's song, when he was jacking everybody's beats, freestyling on them, and those going bigger than the original record. Did that skew our mindsets on how Wayne sounds on his own records? Because personally, now that I say that, I feel like before Wayne went on his legendary mixtape run, right? Everybody used to hop on each other's beats. I will say that, right? But it seems like after Carter 2, and Wayne went on a feature run where he hopped on all the mainstream beats, all the mainstream songs, all the #1 records. Carter 3 dropped. And if you are a real Wayne fan, if you have a real Wayne ear, most diehard Wayne supporters and fans will say that the Carter 2 is the best one. They'll always, the ones I know, my brother might hop on the stream. And he put me on Wayne. My older brother put me on Wayne, dog. I mean, we grew up together, so we was on Wayne at the same time. But my older brother was the one who told me in 2002, Lil Wayne is next up. My older brother was 3.5 years older than me. He told me, I was in elementary school. He was in middle school burning Squad Up CDs on a CD player, going back and forth for school. He was like, yo, Squad Up, The Drought, The Prefix, The Suffix. Like, so many, y'all know that song. So many, I mean, and I feel like because we were spoiled to hear Wayne on so many hot tracks after the Carter 3, the Carter 4, and beyond, we were so trained to hear him on other people's tracks. When he gets on the original beats, the beats are underwhelming. And at this point, after this album, we got to come up off of Nas for being a bad beat picker, and we got to put that bad beat picking jacket on Wayne. Swag Surfer is goated. I'm from the South. Swag surfing was phenomenon for like 3 weeks. Swag surfing. I remember we went down to the Florida Classic. Swag surfing was the biggest song. Niggas was doing this shit in the parking lot. Niggas was doing this shit in the club, outside the club, on the Everybody swag surfing. No ceilings dropped. I kid you not. Next week, we ain't hear Swag surfing again. I ain't heard Swag surfing the original song since No Ceilings dropped. I don't even know whose record that is. But that can come to bite you in the ass when you can't replicate those same moments and beat picking on your own album. Wayne had no direction when he's rhyming on this. No direction, no song structure. He doesn't know how to end a song. He doesn't know when to land. All the courses are dumpster juice. And I am just sitting here perplexed as a hip hop fan, as somebody who I'm not in the music industry, but I'm well versed in music on a sonic level, on a technological level. My brother does music. I was in chorus from a youth choir all the way up to high school senior year. I work with musicians. I'm in the studio with people, so I know music. I know how to craft a record. Wayne, who did this? I'm convinced his team is hell bent on destroying his legacy. Like, how can, like, honestly, I just don't understand what the hell happened. I mean, I'm keeping it a buck. I don't know. I feel like Eminem, right? He's what, like 50, 51? I don't know. Eminem dropped The Death of Slim Shady. And I like that album better than this shit. And I'm not the hugest Eminem fan, but I do like Eminem's music, some of it, not all of it. But Death of Slim Shady was better than this. And is it because Eminem sobered up? I don't know. I feel like Eminem always cared about the craft and always. And one thing about Eminem, we're not having a racial conversation, black or white or indifferent. To me, Eminem has always cared about the craft of emceeing, even if his bars are whack or niggas ain't rocking with what he's saying. Or he's rapping too fast. I just feel like he has a honor to what was before him. He's a student of the game, And I always have respect for guys like Eminem, guys like Nas, guys who are older, and that can actually still keep the essence of what hip hop is alive and take real MCing serious and take the fact that people hold you as an elite wordsmith and that you will not put out anything that lacks quality or that can deface your name. I just really do feel like Lil Wayne dropped the ball. Me and my brother ran fades on DBZ, Rage Blast, and 2 on PS3 with no ceilings on loop for 8 hours. That's what I'm saying, bro. We grew up on this shit, bro. Like, I'm passionate the way I am, and I'm on here early today because what we're discussing right now is like a death of a generation. It's crazy, and you guys know what I mean. It's like when you get older and you start to realize that certain things aren't the same anymore. You start to realize some of your goats, some of the people you look up to isn't the same anymore. The music is not the same anymore. Matt Slander told us, and I'm gonna share this too. Matt Slander said, "I've been calling Lil." Let me put this on the screen real quick. I gotta share this screen. Hold on. Share screen. Matt Slander right here told us. Back this up real quick. I need to put this on the full screen because you guys need to read it. Matt Slander said, "I've been calling Lil Wayne trash and overrated for years, yet y'all chose to live in denial. Time to hang it up." I argue with Matt Slander. If y'all know Matt Slander suit, I argue with Matt Slander about Lil Wayne any chance I get. Matt Slander knows that me and him, we've had hip-hop discussions. Matt Slander, oh my God. Now my goddamn cousin hopped in the chat. Tell him. Tag, I told y'all years ago, cuz Wayne died already. All them drugs, bro. Listen, and my cousin was there. You was there. You was there with us. When no ceilings dropped, you was there with Carter 1, Carter 2, Carter 3. You was there. I remember the first time I heard Me and My Drink. I think I was in your Cadillac. The green one, I think. Me and My Drink came out and we was sitting there. I think it was right before you moved like to South Carolina or something like that. And we listened to Me and My Drink, bro. While we was there. And at this point, those are just memories. Those are just moments. It's over with. Do you understand how it feels like to know your GOAT is watched? How it feels to know like you can like Lil Wayne, you can support Lil Wayne, but just like Cuz said, bro, this shit over with, bro. It's over with. It's officially cooked. He's officially washed. I don't know. I'm trying to not trip on this. I'm trying to be objective, but it's really hard, bro. I'm just keeping it a buck, man. Like, he needs to retire. He just can't keep releasing these albums like this. It's ruining the Carter series. It's ruining his legacy. It's making people that aren't going to be around or who wasn't around for Lil Wayne era to look at us crazy, be like, yo, that's the nigga y'all said was a GOAT. That's the guy you said ran the rap game. That's the man y'all said was the guy who was the best rapper alive. Like, did Cassidy pick his beats? Like, this sounds like J. Cole and Cassidy got drunk on Mad Dog and start picking beats in the dark. Oliver's popping, man. I ain't seen a minute, homie. For real, I don't know why everyone's so surprised. What the fuck, bro? This nigga Wayne been dumpster juice. Man, listen, I hear you, and I feel like anybody who's a Wayne hater or Wayne detractor, today is your day in the sun. This is your time to shine. This is your time to get your shit off. I will sit here and take the brunt of. I got it. Listen, I'm somebody who holds myself accountable. If I'm wrong, I can come on the stream early. I will take the slander. I will be called Unk today. I will take all the I told you so's. This is crazy. Missy, this is like watching boxing fans respond after watching their favorite fighter get old and start getting washed. This is what it is. But like I said, man, I run a platform that I don't want to be like Joe Budden was with the Desiree Perez shit happened and be compromised and skip over the top. Like when Meg got Tory locked up and I knew Tory was innocent, but I was caping for Tory. Me and J Dub went live, I think the same night, and said we was wrong. So I'm gonna come and hold myself accountable. But my main point talking about this is that, dog, it hurts to see the legends go out like this. Where is goddamn Mac Main? Who is in charge of his catalog? Who's in, like, his management is terrible. Happy Friday, man. Peace. It's not, hey, I will try to make my Friday happy, but after Wayne got blacked out for the Super Bowl, I feel like he took a bunch of trash ass records and rushed an album and a tour to prove he still got it. And it's like, Nick, no, you don't. And it's okay. Just try to remember all your old songs on that little sheet that's at the bottom of the screen and do your best to perform. But this shit is ass. I can't believe it. I got some more things I gotta say. I got some more notes I took on this shit, man. Like I said, I feel like his team is on a mission to destroy his legacy. This was the worst Wayne album. The first track kind of tricked me. I thought the first track was a little bit of a, I was like, okay, I can see we're going here. And that shit went directly left. I don't think Wayne's washed. I just think he makes subpar album, excels features. Yeah, if you go back earlier in my stream, I said Wayne at this point is a good feature artist. Give me a good 16 on a song that's already constructed, on a record that's already going, with the artist already popping. And you put a Wayne verse, Wayne eats it alive. That's the reason why we hype now, because we feel like Wayne has given us really dope verses over the last few years. I promise you, even in the last 12 months, Wayne has gave us dope verses. But today ain't one of them days. Right now ain't one of them times. Same thing with Drake. Same thing with Nicki. They all washed. Can't wait till the Clips album. Wayne's washed, Nicki's washed, and Drake. And you know what? I'm gonna say this. If Wayne, Nicki, and Drake are washed, that's okay. You know why that's okay? Because they had a run. Nobody is going to beat Father Time, bro. Nobody, and you know who's beating Father Time to me? The only person that's beating Father Time to me, in all seriousness, and that's proven it, is Nas. That's why, to me, Nas might be the greatest rapper alive. Because when I look at Nasir Jones, the tapes he's dropped since King's Disease has revitalized his career. It has made people take him more serious, and he showed that you could be an old rapper and rap about things in your age bracket. Like, Nas always has been a mature MC at a young age, so him aging gracefully through his lyrics is expected, and it's appreciated, and we have to honor people like that, or like a Kendrick Lamar. We got to honor, and Nas has learned that he doesn't have to be a YN. He doesn't have to try to assimilate to a younger crowd. Nas knows who he's rapping for. He's rapping for hip hop, and he makes sure that he doesn't embarrass himself. So I really appreciate this. Moments like this makes me appreciate niggas like Nas, bro. Real shit. Did I give it a full listen? I did. That's why I was screaming 30 minutes ago. Because I sat here and said, dog, I wasted an hour and 9 minutes of my morning. First thing I did when I woke up this morning is put that bullshit on, and I wish I get my morning back because you ruined my Friday. My bills are paid. My lights are on. I got food in the refrigerator. And somehow, some way, I woke up ungrateful. I woke up feeling like I ended up homeless. And I know that's a little extreme, but I promise you, this album single-handedly ruined my moment, ruined my morning. I felt old. My back started hurting. I found 3 more gray hairs, and AARP sent me a card in the mail. This album aged me. Hell yeah, that first song, Jack, thank you. The first song tricked the fuck out of it, man. I thought it was about to be pop. Oh, Wayne ain't playing. Wayne coming out. Wayne is not playing with these niggas. And by track 2, Wayne showed me he was playing with niggas. I can't believe this. Nas is amazing. Album's fire. Ye is high on ketamine, sucking cousin tool. Kanye's canceled. He's over with. I will not post Kanye West or anything Kanye West related on my page again. Kanye's done. He's washed. Ye can't do nothing. Nas won a Grammy at his 50s. Wayne bet not be near a Grammy stage in his 50s. It's terrible. This was a terrible use of record label funds. You wasted the engineers' time. The producers robbed you niggas. Maybe Birdman was right. Maybe Birdman was stopping. Maybe Birdman was hearing them songs and said, nigga, we ain't putting out. Hey, maybe Birdman said, hey, Playboy. Hey, Playboy, we ain't putting out no more. We ain't putting out no more of this. We ain't putting out no more of this trash, Wayne. We ain't putting out no more. We can't do it, Wayne. We can't do it. I've been hearing these records on Miss Gladys. So I ain't signing no more budget on Miss Gladys. I ain't putting nothing out. On Miss Gladys. That's how I feel. That's how I feel. Maybe Birdman was right. Maybe Birdman should have robbed this nigga. For hearing what we heard, Birdman was right, dog. Come on, Playboy. On Miss Gladys, dog. That nigga was right. What are we talking about, man? This shit was ass. Not one workout song, Tunchi. Thank you. Not one workout song. I gotta go to the gym after this stream. I should have been in the gym this morning. But no. I skipped the gym to listen to this Wayne album. Now I gotta go while everybody's in there. Everybody's on the machines. Niggas are standing. I gotta extra wipe off all the machines because of 15 extra people in the gym. But if I would have just went early this morning, I could have had the gym to myself. So yeah, I'm mad. I gotta work out middle of the day now instead of the morning. You threw my whole goddamn schedule off, Wayne. For this shit ass album. When Cardi dropped his shit, I went straight to the gym. And I came straight here and I told you that shit was fire. This ass. When Sexy Songs for You dropped, I came here and told you objectively. It has some lowlights, it has some highlights. And even though I'm Team Kendrick, I like Drake too. And that album was not bad. I'm being objective here. I will tell you if the album's good. I will tell you if the album's bad. This is pure dog shit. 2-pack of ass and a white pack and some motherfucking spandex. Trash. Keep the live active and hit the like. Man, please. Keep the live active. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Share this so somebody else doesn't have to waste an hour and 9 minutes of their life. Like the way I did. I sacrificed for you. So you don't have to go through what I went through this morning. Especially Wayne fan. Don't even do it to yourself. This was like when that Tupac movie came out. And my homies was like, they wouldn't go say, hey, bro, they know I'm a huge Tupac fan. I'm like, yo, how's the Tupac movie? They was like, yo, FBJ, I'm keep it real with you, dog. I'm keep real with you, dog. The way you feel about Tupac, my nigga, the way you rep Tupac, the way you fuck with Pac, the way you fuck with Machiavelli, you don't even go see it. Don't even go see it. Don't even go. I have yet to see that Tupac movie. Thanks to the people who know how I feel about him protecting me and protecting my brain and my view of Pac. And I'm going to do the same for fans of Wayne. If you are a Wayne fan, if you fuck with Wayne, don't listen to this. Act like this never came out. Act like this never happened. What Carter 6? The Barter 6? You talking about the one with Young Thug? The Barter 6? Anytime somebody say the Carter 6, say the Barter 6. Thug was right. Baby was right. The nigga who shot up Wayne tour bus was right. The police who grabbed that nigga who threw the gun in the car in New York and locked him up for a year was right. The only nigga who's wrong is Donald Trump and his management team. That nigga I lock this nigga up for this shit, man. I'm mad. You had an elephant sample. I don't care. You had a motherfucking elephant sample, my nigga. 30 years in the game and we getting elephant samples. You could have sampled your own shit. You could have sampled your own shit. You could have been an album of samples from the other Carters with features from other artists who were inspired by Lil Wayne, who are now the hottest rappers in the game, that could have picked their favorite Wayne song, flipped the song, made it, and then threw Wayne on it, gave Wayne 16, they get 16. We could have had a Carter 6 years been a remix of Wayne's best songs with the artists he influenced, and we could have had a great concept album based off that alone. But you know what we got? Elephant sounds, nigga. Did Skip Bayless write this album? This was like Skip Bayless, but I feel like the only nigga who is with this nigga Wayne writing this album was Skip Bayless. Because this sound like a Skip Bayless written album. This sound like Skip did the executive producing. Come on, man. Come on. This was ass on the cracker. You put Jelly Roll on this motherfucker and MGK and Bono. Like, I understand. Let me say this. I understand Wayne has a vast fan base. I understand Wayne has a white audience, right? But that doesn't mean we want to hear Jelly Roll, MGK, and Bono on a fucking record. Like, Wayne, you didn't get these white fans collaborating with white artists. You got these white fans by being Lil Wayne, by rapping and giving bars. One thing I hate is when artists get a certain fan base and you want to cater to that fan base as if you had to get them in the first place. Like, this whole track listing is like what a label does after you die and they cash out on your insurance and they call a bunch of random motherfuckers to hop on an album that doesn't sound like anything you would even approve of alive. This is bullshit. Skip everything. This was ass juice. Come on, dog. This was ass juice. Gym class heroes type beats. This shit sucked ass. I can't believe I wasted my time. I implore you not to waste your time. And if Wayne is going on tour, all these songs should not be on there. My dog, Big Home. I'm gonna quote my nigga, Big Homie, Big Home. Matter of fact, let me see if I can find him really quick. Let me see if I can find him on Instagram really quick. Not on Instagram, but on Yep, I got him right here. My dog. You go follow Partyisms, please. Please follow Partyisms. He is the man with the plan. He said something very profound today, and I gotta pull it up. Matter of fact, let me see if I'm gonna share the screen right now. Cause y'all got me fucked up this morning. Y'all got me fucked up. Come on, dog. Dog! Nigga said my son told me to turn the shit. Come on, man. What we doing? Even the kids saying, yo, what the fuck is that? All right, man. So salute, follow Partyisms, big homie. He said, today I stand proud in my longtime belief Lil Wayne was never as dope as his worshipers hyped him up to be. His influence he brought to hip hop was always more bad than good. His dopest music was always Joel Santana, Dipset, Gilly, Major Figures remix and re-rock stepped on product. Vindication is here. And the problem with that is that I may not agree with what he said, but it doesn't matter because Wayne gave him validation to say what he said. Wayne allowed people who don't fuck with him to be proven right today. And there's nothing I can do about it besides say that they might be right. And I can't do anything besides sit up here and kick that nigga back in when he's down. Tamika, what's popping, man? How you doing, Tamika? Hell yeah, man. Tamika, I ain't seen you in a minute. Hope everything's well with you. For real, man. Good people right there. But dog, that was some motherfucking bullshit by Lil Wayne, dog. I'm telling you, he's a good rapper. He can rap. But this sounds like a bunch of beats and songs from the late 2010s. Like, majority of this shit is empty. It has empty goddamn samples, The beats are terrible. Like I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna play this one thing. Hold on, let me see. And hopefully I don't get flagged. But I'm only gonna play like 5 seconds of this shit. This was terrible. Let me see if we on screen right now. This is terrible. This is absolutely terrible right here. They were like, I hit shuffle on Carter 6 and was subjected to the wildest beat Wayne has ever rapped on. Come on, bro. Y'all want to hear this shit? Listen to this. This was one of the beats.
Don't stay up too late now.
What up, though? All my niggas cutthroat, cut a nigga. Uh-oh. Elephant in the room, but I can't stay out the jungle. Syrup in the double cup, fruit punch like knuckles. All my niggas
Sweet.
bands on bands in my pants. That's a
Like, bro, what kind of beat? Like, what kind of beat is that? What kind of beat is that? Everybody hit the like button, man. I'm losing my mind. My blood pressure going high. Nigga, I'm sweating right now. I got sweat stains on my shirt because I'm upset. I'm upset. I've been lied to, led astray, bamboozled. This is hoodwinked. This is an atrocity. This is a stain on hip hop. This is why the labels consolidated all hip hop music and fired all the niggas in the hip hop industry. Say like, if the best of the best are doing this, why the fuck is we funding y'all? Why the fuck are we funding? We might as well let the streamers rap. We might as well let Black Boy Max rap. We might as well let DDG rap. We might as well get Cassie Ventura in the booth. If y'all gonna give us this bullshit, when is Aiden Ross dropping the next album? Huh? Huh? That's what I'm saying, bro. This is what I'm saying, bro. This was trash. This was trash. I mean, like, dog, I'm gonna keep the buck, dog. Like, I'm telling you, all that bad beat picking y'all was giving to Nas, y'all gotta put on Wayne now, bro. I don't want to hear no more Nas is the worst beat picker in hip hop. That goes on Lil Wayne, bro. That goes on Lil Wayne. It sounds like he's struggling to rap about struggle. Bro, I don't know what the fuck he's rapping about. Niggas already be pissed on and pissed off. What the fuck are you saying? What are you saying? What does that even mean? It does not get the people going. It's not provocative. It ain't fire. You sound like an old nigga right now, bro. And now I'm gonna get called Uncle all weekend because I told the YNs, big bro know who hot, big bro know what Big bro know who popping right now. But I guess I don't. And I guess I might be on. Sound like the beat Cass is making his crib. Bro, this sound like the beat, what's that nigga name? Swiss Beats was making, remember that video with Swiss, man, hold on, let me find it. Y'all know what I'm talking about. I know y'all do. Swiss Beats. I'm about to pull it up right now. Because this was terrible. This was terrible. Just hit the like button. I'm just saddened, shocked, and disappointed. This is what I'm talking about. Y'all gonna know the video I'm talking about the minute I pull it up. I'm just gonna read a couple of these comments before we go in. Yeah, it sounds like a struggle when rap about struggle, and that's what it sounds like. Donkey Kong Adventure bonus level type beat on everything, bro. Like, what the fuck was this? And here we go, bro. This is what I'm talking about. This was the first thing I thought about. This is all I was really thinking about when I was hearing this Lil Wayne shit. I gotta make sure. Listen, y'all can't listen. I'm gonna find the exact clip, but y'all know which one I'm talking about. Y'all know the one where this nigga Swiss Beats was doing a beat on his chin and shit. I'm gonna find it because this I don't even want to take time. Matter of fact, I'm gonna look at it on here because I don't even want to take time to look at this. But this was disgusting. And you know what I love about Twitter? I love about Twitter that it's such a hating ass nigga app. The beat is gonna pop up. As a matter of fact, everything on this Wayne album felt like
in life. We gotta face our poison in order to poise on. In life,
this was like Lil Wayne rapping on his album right here.
In life, we gotta face our poison in order to poise on.
Hear this nigga?
In life, we gotta face our poison in order to poise on. Because you know you was born from your mother and you a poised son. You understand? That's hard. In life, we gotta face our poison in order to poise on. Because you know you was born from your mother and you a poised son.
And to me, that was like the antithesis of this Wayne album. Like, you saying a bunch of nothing. You saying you might as well be a drunk nigga rambling. That's how I felt about this Wayne album. This was terrible. I am disappointed. I am shocked, bamboozled. Like I said, led astray. I want my time back. I want my money back. I found it. I found it. Hold on. Share the screen. I found the switch. A hater like me gonna find it. I hate. I'm a first class 5-star hater, and I'm getting my hate off today. This is the bullshit I'm talking about. This is the shit I'm talking about right here. This album sounded like this, right? Y'all all know. Hit the like button in the chat. Hit subscribe. Share this, please, because this is it. This is it. This is it. I'm about to play it. This is what the shit sound like. Yo, peep how Busta Rhymes is low-key trying to get that nigga to stop. Busta Rhymes like, yo, get the fuck off of this. Yo, Busta Rhymes might be a real, he a real, Busta Rhymes low-key like, dog, stop the bullshit. Busta Rhymes like, dog, I know you Swiss Beats, but you bullshitting right now. Like, honestly, you bullshitting. This is what the whole album sounded like. The whole album sounded like this moment. For 1 minute and 9 seconds, from it, no, my bad, 1 hour and 9 minutes, this is all I heard this morning. This is in my ear all morning. Like, we gotta stop. We gotta stop. Bullshit. What are you doing? Yeah, so personally, like I said, dog, that is what this album sounded like to me. That's what this album was to me. It was straight bullshit, straight caca, straight dumpster yes. Terrible. I would not recommend anybody who values your time and take life seriously to waste any time on this album. I don't know who the fuck y'all thought y'all was. I don't give a fuck who you was, but y'all was out here screaming and crying all week, sitting. Yeah, man, hit the like button in this month. Thank you so much, sir. Sir Chai 87 from Starport, man. Salute you, man. Salute Miss Dree Temple. Salute to Oliver. Everybody in the chat, man. Everybody in the chat. Like I said, man. Tamika, Miss T, Tag, Cuzzo in the building. Salute to everybody. Shaka Zulu, man. We gotta. I need hugs. I need hugs from my chat right now through the screen because I feel like my ears were verbally assaulted. I feel like we should be signing a class action lawsuit because this was terrible. This was terrible. All the people when Super Bowl got announced, all you Wayne supporters coming out here saying Wayne got robbed. Wayne is a great performer. It was New Orleans. Wayne should have been at the Super Bowl. Wayne should perform. Wayne's a GOAT. Wayne's better than Kendrick. Wayne's catalog is this. Wayne catalog is that. Where y'all at? Where y'all at now? Where y'all at now? All this album shows is that Hov was right. Wayne is washed. I don't want to see that nigga at a Super Bowl. I don't want to see that nigga at a Pro Bowl. I don't want to see him at the Gator Bowl. I don't want to see him buy a cereal bowl. I don't want to see that nigga next to anything with a bowl on it. Okay? No more. 19 tracks. It's an hour and 9 minutes. This shit felt like a waste of time. Now, is the whole thing pointless? Yes, it is. It's pointless. I wasted time. Don't waste your time. The production was mid. The song structures were all over the place. The samples were underwhelming. The production was lackluster. It was a bunch of sounds that were fucking ass. Hold on. Let me read some comments. Give me 2 seconds, bro. Give me 2 seconds before I keep going. Thank you so much. Florida J. Rory got caught up with the Chippendale thing. We already know Rory on. But Rory, that's what he do on Friday nights. He gets around the boys and start twerking, bro. But this is Pride Month. This is Rory's month anyways. So he's gonna be turned up on Starport. What happened to your super chat monetization? All so-called Wayne fans really nigga. I got super chat on, actually. Let me see. And then I'll be honest, monetization. Yeah, my monetization is on, but if you want to, donate anything that I can directly get that YouTube won't get a piece of, feel free to hit that $ Florida Boy J904. If you want to financially compensate me for risking my life, my time, and the 24 hours I had, sacrificing an hour to give you 2 hours, let you guys know, hey man, you should not listen to this Wayne album. Me shitting on the album is a better album than the album. I'm telling you. I don't want to see him at a Gator Bowl. I don't want to see him next to a Punch Bowl. Get that nigga the fuck out of here. Fuck that nigga Wayne. Come on, dog. Put the super chat up, man. Come on, dog. Listen, hold on. We got live chatting on the show. Let me see. Yeah, we got live chat in there. Okay, yeah, man. Yeah, that shit was crazy. That shit was crazy. This Wayne album was trash, and I'm gonna keep going on. Like I said, the production was ass. Big Sean had a better verse than Wayne, I feel like, and Big Sean wasn't even that fire. And I don't even like Big Sean. You know what I'm saying? The features were too long. The tracks were too long. I don't need 3 verses on a lot of these songs, bro. Like, you don't know how to end the song. This isn't like one. And that's another thing with Wayne. It just felt like you were trying to like make something because you got denied the Super Bowl. It felt like you were trying to like, this album felt like you were trying to like experiment and go somewhere else with it. And that's not what the Carter series is for. That's not what we grew to know and love Lil Wayne for. We didn't put on the Carter 6 to hear Prom Queen or to hear I'm Not a Human Being Lil Wayne. We don't give a fuck about that. We want to hear nostalgic Wayne on good production, good songs, good features, and we got a bunch of shit. I don't support what he did. I'm not with it. It was dookie juice. And anybody sitting here saying they support Wayne, I'm sure he appreciates it. Go buy a ticket to his tour. But when it comes down to this particular album, trash, basura, dumpster juice. Don't you ever bring up Lil Wayne again. Talk about he don't get enough respect or he don't get enough love. Nigga, this does not deserve love. This does not deserve us giving him grace or respect because he's Lil Wayne. I don't give a damn who you are. This wasn't needed. This was not needed. We didn't deserve this. And like I said before, bro, if it was up to me, I would cancel this nigga right now. I'm literally like done with Lil Wayne. This was me finally signing off and finally just saying, dog, like, you know what, bro? He ain't got it no more, man. He ain't got it no more. So with that said, man, I'm going to go ahead and I'm not going to, I'm going to read a few more chats. Where Jay, the best song in the album was Peanuts. Nigga, that was the worst song. You trolling me? Are you fucking trolling me? Peanuts to Elephant, the worst song. They had an elephant sample on the beat. That sounded like a Dexter's Laboratory intro with him sneaking into the lab, with Diddy sneaking into the laboratory. What the fuck are you talking about? That was the best song on the album. That was the worst song on the album. That was what I wasting my time. That's when I knew he was washed. I need him arrested, and I need you arrested for even saying this. What are you talking about? That was trash. That's when I knew I was going on live today. That's what I knew. That album is a 1 out of, album is a 0 out of 10. Boom, tomatoes, 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 potatoes, all that. The fuck you, what are we talking about? It's terrible. It's terrible. Fuck. Damn. You know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do? Call the cops. Lock these niggas up. You know what I'm gonna do today, man? We just hit an hour on the stream. Said, bro, that's the only song I gotta go back to. Man, that raw was, man, everything was horrible. There was no song I like on this first track. After I got duped with the first track, I don't even like that no more. I don't like when niggas be lying to me on the first record. I don't like when niggas try to hit you with some heat and then follow with some mid. And I'm mad as the motherfucker right now. Listen to that shit. So this is what I'm gonna do, guys. I'm gonna go ahead, instead of ending the stream, right? I'm going to go ahead and get some Diddy coverage right now and keep the stream up, because yesterday we had like 4,000, like 5,000 people watching the stream yesterday. And I appreciate everybody doing that. So we're gonna go ahead and transition this episode and this topic to some of the Diddy coverage, and I'm just gonna keep the stream up. I'm gonna come in and speak on what we're talking about, what we're looking at, breaking it down, just for a update with that Diddy situation. Apparently, one of the witnesses on the stand got caught capping and folded so bad, Diddy was like looking at the jury like, and the niggas in the jury was like, hey, they ain't gonna tell you. One thing I'll say this about the Diddy case, right? If you watch Law and Crime, places like Law and Crime, TMZ, CNN, their narrative and position on Diddy is always he's guilty. It's always if the feds brought a witness that is shoddy and that sucks and that can't really basically convict Diddy on the stand, they don't really call those jurors out. They don't really highlight where those those witnesses out. They don't really highlight where the witnesses contradict their statements regarding to Diddy, and where Diddy's lawyers and his defense team is eating these fake ass witnesses alive, right? They never talk about that. What they do talk about is, oh, Diddy, like the headline yesterday was, oh, Diddy might get kicked out of court. Diddy had an outburst where he almost got kicked out of court because he's trying to manipulate the jury. But when you talk to the people who were actually in there, they're like, no, the witness who's on stand was getting cooked by a defense team. And once they were getting cooked by a defense team, then, let me read this. Free Diddy, he owes reparations to 112 Mace Faith Evans. We all want to know what happened to Chris Wallace. Facts. Let's go. We're going to transition right to the Diddy trial, man. But instead of, like, what basically happened, like, just go back to what I was saying. So the witness on the stand that was speaking for the feds was getting packed up and folded, and her testimony was folding like a deck of cards. And Diddy was apparently like kind of getting hyped, like looking at the the jury, and they said niggas in the jury was kind of like, and I don't think, and the judge ain't liking. Judge like, next time you look at jury or do any type of outburst, that you then we got to kick you out the courtroom. But that to me was, I think the reason why that was a big story, and they flipped the story from Diddy and maybe the jury are seeing eye to eye, from Diddy district, the courtroom might get thrown out because he's unhinged, because they don't want the public to know, and they don't want the majority to have in their minds that the jury is low-key siding. I won't even say siding with Diddy, but can see realistically what the situation actually is. You know what I'm saying? Everybody in the media is getting caught up in believe women first. Everybody's a victim. It doesn't matter if you consented and bought the drugs and got the freak off going on. You're always a victim. It doesn't matter if I consented to sex. If I told him I was gonna have sex, to have the best sex of our lives. I got all the drugs at my house. You come over. I got the baby oil, the dope, the ketamine, the 2C, and I got the prostitutes. And I'm ready for the freak off. As long as the woman's saying it or they're saying it against a powerful rich person, you're always a victim. So it's like whoever the poorest person in a sexual intercourse situation is a victim. That's all I'm hearing. If you are poorer than your old lady, if y'all have sex, you are always a victim. That's all it sounds like. That's all it sounds like. And because Diddy and the jury seen eye to eye yesterday, I thought they buried that story and then tried to accuse an unhinged Negro. So we're going to go ahead and roll with it. We're going to play a little bit of Act breaking down the case, just a tad bit. And while we're breaking that down, we're going to go ahead and let me see. I'm going to actually, let me find this guy. Inner City Press. I'm going to go ahead and find Inner City Press really quick. Let me go. Give me 2 seconds. But while we're doing that, just hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, Inner City Press. Hit like button, hit subscribe button. Support the channel. You know what I'm saying? I'm on the way to 6,000 subscribers, so I'm really just trying to hit the 6,000 sub mark. That would be great if you guys can assist me to that. But we're going to go ahead. Let me see. Is this new? Okay, that was Thursday. Today.
The Inner City Press here at the Southern District of New York Courthouse. Today, Friday, June 6th, 2025. We're heading in. Is it day 18? I can't keep track of it anymore. Okay, here we are. Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press here at the Southern District of New York Courthouse. Today, Friday, June 6th, 2025. We're heading in. Is it day 18? I can't keep track of it anymore. The U.S. versus Sean Combs trial. We're heading in for the continued all-day direct testimony of anonymous victim 2, Jane. Get back to that in a moment, because the day began yesterday with the continued cross-examination of Bryana Bongolan, whose testimony, most to the point, was that she was dangled off the balcony by Combs in Cassie Ventura's 17th floor Los Angeles apartment. Nicole Westmoreland was blasting away. She got Bongolan to say a number of times that she couldn't embrace an entire sentence, or can you repeat? Are you lying? Can you repeat that? Can you repeat the question? But then she came out with the zinger, which is that on the day that Bongolan had said that this took place, Combs was apparently paying for a $2,300 a night hotel suite in Trump International Hotel here in New York, up by Columbus Circle, and a $281 breakfast. I don't know why this was in the exhibit. They tried to rehabilitate that by saying, no, here was a text from Cassie Ventura to Christina Coram on September 30th, 4 days later, saying it had just happened. But I was left not really understanding the dates. But that doesn't really matter, because they've shown the bag of cash. They've shown the $20,000. But Jane, I'm glad I'm almost at the courthouse, because it's difficult. We're not supposed to identify in any way, and I respect the order. The judge said either by notes or sketch. I don't really know even what you're supposed to be able to write, but it's clear to many. I've reported on hip hop cases in the past, so I know a lot of these sites. It's clear to many who the person is. We're not reporting it, and we're not going to. But it becomes. I don't know what the law is on. You want to be respectful. You want to be respectful. At the same time, the identity might actually go to part of what the defense is, or at least what the public perception of the motivation is. So I'm not trying to dance around. I'm just saying it's troubling to me, and I wish this is the kind of thing. We've done one filing in this case to make sure that things were docketed, even though we got an order to that effect. It hasn't actually been happening. We never knew which exhibits or which of the birthday video were admitted, because everything was sealed. In any case, enough on Combs, although you're going to be seeing the live feed, and you'll be having not the book. Week 4 will be out, I believe, later today, after the testimony, sometime, as fast as possible. Because there's a lot of people saying that. I haven't seen Billy Joel, but there are a lot of names. Anytime somebody's name is mentioned, even en passant, there's a website that says they testify with devastating, so then I try to shoot it down. That said, there was a big case yesterday. Chung, the Columbia student, won a preliminary injunction against deportation, even on other grounds, by Judge Buchwald. I don't know if the administration is going to appeal to the Second Circuit. I don't know if they do very well there. There've been 2 decisions against them. So Chung. And the UN, we have a huge series on the head of the Human Rights Office, Volker Turk, a man who was a pencil pusher in UN headquarters and did nothing when the press was thrown out. Well, turns out his whole operation is based on nepotism and inside connections and conflicts of interest. And so we've been publishing it, and we've asked the UN to answer it, and they haven't at all. I think they just assume they can just go on in their world saying Volker is a great guy. His own staff are saying, you're out of control. You're taking all the money and using the organization for your own political ends to try to run for office in Austria. Today, the UN is closed for Eid, so we'll get back. We're going to write a story probably, but they're underperforming and they need to fix it up. Okay, we're going in for U.S. versus Sean Combs.
Happy Friday, everybody. I was a little quick breakdown of what is going on today. I'm going to just go ahead and read just a little bit of what's happening in the case. Let me go ahead and share this tab. I'm just going to break down a little bit of what's happening in this case. And then after that, I'm going to we're just going to be following the case all day. So, and yesterday, the main reason why I couldn't do it the way I wanted to be honest. Oh yeah, appreciate Sureside. Appreciate the cash out. Thank you so much. Appreciate the cash out, man. I'm definitely gonna tap in with the OG and get you unblocked up out of there, man. We got to talk to Deeds and get that cracking. But for the most part, yesterday, because I didn't have my Ethernet cord was basically shitty. I had to buy another Ethernet cord that can connect my Wi-Fi box up to my MacBook, and now we are full stream. Nothing's stopping us now. We're on the move, head ass. Yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and read a couple things. What's going on with this? If you guys want to read along with me, and then we're going to play some more videos and you'll have this wall-to-wall coverage. So today, about 3 hours ago, make sure you guys can hear me. Make sure everybody's on the screen. Cool. Mic's working. Everything's working. Let's go. So before the jury walks in, the judge, what about the screenshot of text messages between Miss Ventura and Miss Combs? Alexander Shapiro, his defense attorney. Only the text should be admitted, not the photo. The state says the jurors should know it's a screenshot, not the text. The feds, my error was only look at the first message. I apologize. Judge said you may like screenshots as opposed to text. State says judge says I'm not done. State says I'm sorry for interrupting you, judge. I understand. I'm just not sure this is the hill you want to die on. I don't know why the judge is offering help and guidance to the state, but here we go. Combs' lawyer, Driscoll, to this. These texts, you have thousands of videos of my performing. On these texts, you have thousands of videos of my performing every weekend on your phone. They are backward looking and hearsay. We argue that Mr. Combs was upfront about the non-monogamous nature of the relation, Jane said. State, in their opening, they attacked Jane's credibility. They called it all consensual. As you heard yesterday, Jane felt coerced. They have opened the door. The judge said they are admissible to rebuke the defense's opening, so it's appropriate to introduce those statements. Combs to Driscoll, the government sent us 6 years of text messages. Then they somewhat reduced them. We stand by our objections. The foundation has not been laid. The judge said the government should lay the foundation, and the government says we have laid it. The judge said bring the jury in and the witness. Here goes the state. Well, let's say the feds. Comey, good morning. How many times did you travel to Las Vegas? The Jane Doe, which is, I think what we said was Daphne Joy, right? Which was 50 Cent's baby mama, which we found that out yesterday, right? He should have called the album The Farter 6. That is crazy. He should have. This shit was straight ass. Said, how many times you travel to Las Vegas? Jane Doe, which Daphne Joy said once on Sean's plane. He was hosting an event. Then he wanted entertainment for the night. We had that. Feds, call me. What do you mean? Daphne Joy. And entertained, we had sex. Feds, what did going off the grid mean? Jane Doe, getting free. He named his album Love Off the Grid, didn't he? That's crazy. Getting free. Did Sean call you a freak? Jane Doe, yes. He wanted me to be wild and sexual. Feds, did you ask Sean if the entertainers could wear condoms? Jane Doe, yes. That first time with Don and another Sean guilty tripped me out of it. It was not something he wanted to see. Feds, Comey, what was his tone? Jane Doe, condescending. Feds, did he say why he wanted the entertainer not to wear a condom, or why he wanted the entertainer not to wear a condom? So he said he did not want to see a rubber. Fed said, Comey, did you raise it ever when sober and not in hotel room? Jane Doe said, yes. Fed said, was this ever recorded? Jane Doe says, yes. One time I'm aware of, I'm trying to ask the entertainer if he can wear a condom he's looking for. Jane Doe, I like to call this exhibit with an aid. Did you listen to this? Jane Doe, yes. And did you read the transcript that's on the screen? Jane Doe, yes. The screen not visible to the gallery. Audio was playing, and after audio played, the Fed said, Comey, let's start at 8 minutes and 12 seconds. When you said, I think they've in the chair, what were you referring to? Jane Doe says condoms. What did you understand what Sean meant when he said you were taking dick? You were just taking that dick. Jane Doe says that we were already having intercourse, Comey. And then when he said, if you don't touch yourself right now, what was he saying? To just move on. Why did you think you needed permission from Sean from the man having sex with you with your body home? I'm sorry. Why did you think you needed permission from Sean for the man having sex with your body to wear a condom? Combs, lawyer, objection, judge, overruled. Fed, sidebar, judge said, sure. So the sidebar, they're talking. They come back, and here goes the feds. Comey, who's representing the feds. Why did you not say no? She said, he gets agitated. How would intercourse with entertainer end? He finished on me. Then what with Sean? We've had sex. Would you clean up the ejaculation? She says no. Feds, why not? Jane Doe, Sean liked it to play around with it. Then what? I take a shower and get ready for the next one. Typically, how many rounds? Objection, overruled. Every entertainer was different, some 3. Here goes the feds. What decided if you would stop when you were tired? Sean sobs. Do you need a moment? So she started crying, I guess. So she's crying, said, I'm sorry, what was your question? So the state says, how did you say you wanted to stop? She said, Jane Doe, which Daphne Joy, I'd say like, I'm hungry, make little faces. Jane Doe, I sent him subtle cues, like, subtle cues, like, like a little, context shit. State said, what would he say? He would say, you're not getting tired on me, are you? Let's go out on a high. Let's finish strong. As she's crying. What would Sean give you to keep you awake and having sex with the entertainers? She said, ecstasy. State, did you ever cry after one of these hotel nights? She said, twice. Tell us about it first. She says, I thought it was a date night, one-on-one, but he said there would be an entertainer, but just a quick one. I hung onto that, but 18 hours. After 18 hours and 3 rounds with the entertainer, Sean said he had to leave. I started crying. Here comes the feds. Were you with someone else? She said, I was with Sean. It was a walled off in Beverly Hills early in our relationship. What did Sean say? Here goes Jane Doe. He said, are you crying? Looking disgusted. Then he sat there listening to music. I was clinging to him. He said he would move things around with his family, and I can go with him. I just want to be in his arms after that. Comey. And the second time, I was in the shower after one of these nights. And said, is your memory spotty? What do you remember? Here goes Jane Doe. I was so high. I was having sex with Paul. And then I was in the shower with Sean. He said, stop. I'm too high to stop. Damn. She was too high to stop. That's crazy. Comey. Paul, one of the entertainers. Were these hotel nights work for you? Objection. Overruled. It was work from start to finish, says Jane Doe. What did you do to try to get them to end sooner? She said, I would try to have sex with the entertainers fast. Comey, when did you try to speed things up? What did you do to try to speed things up? Jane Doe, I do foreplay to bring him in the room. Sean would then say, slow it down, more foreplay. What words would he use? Objection, time frame, judge, that's fair. May to October 2023. May of 2021 to October 2023, would Sean say? His say, I'm not ready to see that yet. How would you feel? Sidebar, judge, sure. Another sidebar. They're back. Comey, how did you feel when Sean would say that? I wanted to be with Sean at the end. Where would you go? to his residence. Was there any part of the hotel nights you enjoyed being with Sean? Comey, would you text him to say I love you? Did you text that you want to have sex? Jane Doe, yes, with him. Did you text him that you want to have sex with others? Jane Doe, yes, it was his fantasy. Did you tell you wanted to text? Yes. Here comes the feds. Did he tell you what to text? Jane Doe, yes, he asked, what do you want? Be explicit. Why did you write these things, says the feds. Jane Doe says, I wanted to make my lover happy. Feds say, look at this one from November 9th, 2021. What did you write? Jane Doe says, I wrote, I'm horny for you. Comey, you don't have to read this, but did you write, I want to suck Paul's D? Why did you write that? She said, I knew it would turn Sean on. Who is Paul? Just an entertainer? State, you texted him you wanted to stop having hotel nights. Jane Doe says, yes. Feds say, what did you write here? Jane Doe says, I'm so much more than being left in the dark of a hotel room. My heart is breaking. I don't want to play this role in your life anymore. I feel it's the only reason you pay for the house. We need to talk like adults. Goddamn. Comey, how long had Sean been paying your rent? She says 5 months ago, 5 months or so. Do you see drugs in the hotel rooms? Objection overruled. Ecstasy, Molly, cocaine, pink powder, which I believe is called Tusi. Feds, who gave them to you? Jane Doe. Sean. Comes the feds. Did you ever see any of the entertainers take drugs? She says, no, that was my one rule. I told them they couldn't take drugs. I didn't want them to be out of control while they were with me. She says, how did ecstasy make you feel? She says, sexual energy. Comey, why did you feel you had to take those drugs? She says, otherwise it would be too real. I wanted to, I don't know, feel like, and she started crying. It would make things easier. Did you ever do hotel nights without drugs? She says twice, once with Paul. Here comes the feds. Why did you take drugs at that time? She says, I didn't want to do that to my body, but it was too real, so I asked Sean for a pill. Feds, did Sean give it to you? She said, yes, I felt better. The second time, my partner was just taking too many pills. God damn. God damn. We're going to pause right there really quick. I'm going to pause. We're going to read some chats real quick. Well, what do we have here? Yeah, that album was trash. So we do have some people coming in late. So they're still talking about the album, the Wayne album. We're not feeling what you heard so far. Diddy was behind sex worker, sweating his eyes, bugged out, covering man sauce way too. Oh, wow. Wow. Hold on. This JD is late. Yep. The Jane Doe is 50 Cent's ex. We found that out yesterday. At least Diddy didn't do nothing with the what? Oh man, hey, hold on. We got to keep reading. Y'all jumping ahead real quick. Where we at? Yeah, right here. He said, this is what Diddy said. He said, I'll do 30 days without drugs, but let's have one last sobriety party at the La Mirage. Comb. How long did it last? Too long, 18 hours. What happened? The first guy, the second guy, I was not feeling well. I threw up. Jane Doe. I told Sean I just thrown up. Fed say, what did you say? She said, he said, that's good. Now you'll be ready for the third guy. He's here. Feds, how did you feel? Jane Doe, I felt disgusted. I was just repulsed. I was just too mad to myself. Jane Doe, I was mad. I had let myself get into this. Feds, this would be a good place for a break. Judge, I agree. Damn. During the break, Combs in an animated conversation with his lawyers, talking with his hands. After the break, bring back the jury. Jane Doe, which is Daphne Joy, and the jury all rise. State. Comey, did Sean ever run out of drugs during a hotel night? Jane, what happened? He would call one of the assistants or butlers to bring more drugs, sometimes his security. Feds, what assistants? Daphne Joy, Brendan, Frank, John. Brendan, y'all remember Brendan? The white boy? We about to look him up. Here comes the feds. Let me show you a photo of Brendan, not shown in the gallery for reasons why not. She says, that's him. He would bring the pill bottles. They would be cocaine and weed. Feds, who from security did he call for drugs? He would call Fahim. Who else brought drugs? Guido, he brought mostly ecstasy, Molly, and Xanax and Coke. Did you take Xanax? Yes, after I put Sean to sleep. Comey, did you ever carry drugs for Sean? Yes, from LA to Miami, KK told me I'll have security come out and give you the package. I asked, is it safe and okay? So basically, that is transporting drugs through state and federal lines, right? Hold on. Yo, I'm live. Can I call you back? I appreciate it. All right. Where are we at? Yeah. But when this part right here said I brought the drugs from LA to Miami, that is trafficking drugs. That's a federal charge. You traffic drugs. You had KK, your bodyguard. So that's like the whole racketeering where you used your company, you use your enterprise for criminal activity. So that's what this was about. So what did KK tell you? She said, it's fine. I do it all the time. So KK travels with drugs all the time. Where did you give Sean the package? In the bathroom of 2-Star. He opened it, and then I saw colorful pills. I assumed. Here comes the feds. I don't want you to assume. Did you take the pills? Daphne Joy, yes. For a hotel night. It was ecstasy. Comey, did you move drugs for Sean another time? Yes, in my luggage from LA to Miami. There's Sean, and I used them. They were ecstasy. Feds, before May and October 2021, who reached out to the entertainer? Daphne Joy said Sean. Then who? Me. Comey, why did you start choosing? Jane Doe, I did not want to be a stranger. I assessed the dynamic of our relationship. We were just watching porn, and I saw a performer and said, that one. Why did you want to choose? I couldn't get away from this. Oh, man, come on. So hold on. Let me come back on camera real quick. So you handpicked your own freak off partners, right? It's kind of crazy. KK is really in the center of the freako. Yeah, we about to bring him up. So basically, she chose him, and we're gonna go ahead and put this on the screen. This is crazy. This is absolutely insane. You picked the goddamn entertainer. But you couldn't get away from this. Call me. Who did you choose? She says Sly Williams. I called him chef. He had a passion for cooking. What were you and Sean doing? Having sex on ecstasy. We started talking about Sly size. Sean was acting all flirtatious about it. You were acting flirtatious about another man's meat? Insane. I sent Sly a message over Instagram. Call me. Did he respond? Yes. I told him I was a fan of his work. Maybe we should meet up one day. We did a FaceTime. Sean was there. Feds, what happened? Said it got hot and steamy. I asked him to show me himself. Not use on. Oh my God. Comey, don't tell me. Puff. Don't tell me you was looking at the genitals, man. Don't tell me you was on FaceTime with this dude with his meat on the camera and you was out here flirting with this nigga. You was rizzing niggas up with their meat out on camera. Sean Puffy Combs, you a nasty nigga. Anyways, Feds, he showed you his genitals, yes, and I was casting from my phone to Sean's television. You had on the big screen. How did you and Sly get from Atlanta to LA? I told Sean I would arrange his flight. I booked it online on Expedia. Sean paid me back. What happened? He was cute and sweet. He was nervous too. It was his first time. First time what? Contacting an adult film star. I had told him it was me and my partner. He said, fine, what hotel? La Mirage, I believe. And here goes Daphne Joy. It was routine. The oils would come out. I'd be in uniform, dance and sex. Call me. What was Sean doing? Masturbating. Then who invited him the next times? I did. I would suggest Sly. He was familiar to me. Call me. Where else did you meet Sly? The Trump Hotel. Call me. The Trump Hotel, New York? Yes. I will book his flights from Atlanta. And would you pay for them afterward? Yes. $2,000 to $4,000. Where from? Objection! Here comes the feds. Where did the cash to pay Sly come from? Sean. And here goes Jane Doe. Sean. From the drawer, sometimes we use Cash App. Was there a second adult entertainer you reached out to? Yes. Anton. I think Anton Harris. It was a stage name. I don't know his real name. We're watching Anton's films, and I was really into him. I messaged him on Instagram. He was in LA. I invited him over. Feds, how did Anton respond? Daphne Joy, positively, we were in my first residence. What happened? The same Sean watched happily. That's crazy. Did you see Anton again? Yes, sometimes at hotels in LA, sometimes in my apartment. Did you FaceTime him with Alton and Sly? Yes, when Sean and I were alone having sexy times. Why would Sean call him? He wanted something live. So Diddy was FaceTiming dudes to whip meat out. Hold on. Here we go. I was doing things like sexting FaceTime and screen sharing to Sean's TV. I told Sly Anton I was alone, so he would feel comfortable. Fez, did you ask Sly Anton to send you pictures of the generals? Yes, Sean wanted me. He would say, get it. So he had a phone vault full of dick pics. This is egregious. Call me. Did Anton Sly ever send you photographs of generals when you were not with Sean? Yes. I was polite and flirtatious, but not as flirtatious as I was when Sean was there. Did you ever see Anton Sly in person without Sean? She says no. Call me. Are these text messages with Sly? Let me show you. Jane, I was asked for explicit photos and videos of him. That was what my partner wanted. What did Sly say? He said I was down. Call me. What did you say? I wrote, I'm touching myself. Then, what's your full name, date of birth? Why is that? To book hotel travel. What did you write? She was booking the flight for November 9th, 2021. So before we continue, Brendan, the guy with the drugs, the drug mule, I'm going to kind of show you guys him who would bring the drugs, because I'm pretty sure he's going to start cinching soon. So here we go. Just want to give you a little 5 minutes.
Drug mule for music mogul Sean Diddy Combs is no longer facing any charges after he was arrested for narcotics possession. And this comes as the lawsuit he's mentioned in gets some major updates. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Brendan Paul, we haven't talked about him in a while. This is the man who's accused in a lawsuit of being a sort of drug concierge for rapper and music executive Sean Diddy Combs. Well, turns out he will not face any jail time for allegedly being caught at a Florida airport with cocaine. No, you see, I should tell you though, he is also wrapped up in a bombshell civil lawsuit against Sean Combs. That hasn't gone away. And this is a lawsuit that accuses multiple people of trafficking, drugs, and sex workers. But right now, talking about Sean Combs, he is in a Brooklyn detention center after a grand jury for the Southern District of New York indicted him on charges of racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, and transportation to engage in prostitution. He's been denied bail multiple times. He will be staying in that detention center, by all accounts, sitting there for the holidays and New Year's. His trial is currently scheduled for May of 2025. But now let's talk about Brendan Paul. So we first learned about him in a lawsuit that was filed on behalf of Rodney Lil Rod Jones. This is a music producer who says he basically lived with Sean Combs for a year while the two had worked on his latest album together. Now, Jones says that he also spent a lot of time with Brendan Paul, who he basically accused of being, as I said, a drug mule. And this lawsuit, aside from the multi-million-dollar civil lawsuit that was filed by Sean Combs' ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura, this was one of the first big red flags that indicated something big was on the horizon, because it included all sorts of allegations of illegal activity on a much grander scale. The lengths that Sean Combs and his staff allegedly went to in order to fulfill the record label CEO's desires. I mean, Rodney Jones brought up allegations about racketeering, this racketeering criminal enterprise. But back to Brendan Paul. Who is he? Well, he's apparently this Ohio native. He was a star basketball player at Syracuse and Fairmont State Universities. This is before he actually got involved in music production during the pandemic. But I will tell you, it's unclear how exactly he got linked up with Sean Combs, or maybe got linked up with him. I'll say he has been named, and photos of him have been included in Rodney Jones' lawsuit. Now, he's accused of carrying all sorts of drugs with him at all times for Sean Combs, and is also accused, by the way, of being involved in paying sex workers. Jones filed his lawsuit in February, and then he filed an amended complaint offering more details in March. And by the way, March was an important month in this case because that is when Combs' two mansions, one in Miami, the other in Los Angeles, were raided by federal authorities. Homeland Security investigators were seen at the properties carrying boxes of evidence out of those homes. Combs was not at either house during the raids, and there was concern at one point that he might have fled the country, but he was spotted later that day in Miami. Now, Combs wasn't arrested at that time. He wasn't charged with anything at that time, but it was clear that federal investigators were looking into his conduct, and there could be very serious legal action on the way. We were all saying for months, is it possible he's going to be indicted, and when would he be indicted? And then, just 2 days later, 2 days after the raids, on March 27th, Brendan Paul was arrested at the Miami Opa-locka Executive Airport. He was allegedly trying to board Sean Combs' private jet. According to an arrest affidavit, authorities caught him with cocaine and marijuana. Now, state attorneys decided to only prosecute Paul for the cocaine possession, and they offered the now 26-year-old the deal. If he completed a drug diversion program, the possession charge would be dropped. It's an option that's often given to first-time offenders. Now, we actually got more information about that earlier this year when we spoke with Melba Pearson, former Miami-Dade County prosecutor. Here's what she had to say.
But since he did not have anything in his past, he didn't have a criminal history, he was offered what was called diversion. And what that does is that it gives you the opportunity for participation in a program for 6 months. If you don't get arrested again, if you complete the program, so it could be drug therapy, it could be counseling, it could be community service, it could be any of a number of things, it just could be a fine. You comply, you do all of that, and then after 6 months, the charges get dropped against you, meaning that you don't have anything on your criminal record in terms of a conviction. The rest will still be on your record. You'll have to disclose that if you're, let's say you do a job application and they ask whether or not you've been arrested, you have to answer yes. But if they ask you if you've been convicted, you can check no, which is, again, a huge thing in terms of collateral consequences and being able to move forward with your life after interaction with the criminal justice system.
Hey, by the way, as you know, we have been trying to cover every aspect of this Diddy story as it develops. And for that, I have to thank our incredible sponsor, Morgan & Morgan, because it's with their support that we're able to produce these episodes. Now, here's the deal about Morgan & Morgan. If you're injured, America's charges, they were the program that I mentioned, which included a drug substance abuse course. Now, the court website shows that the 2 original charges, they were felonies. That means potential jail time. Possession of cocaine, possession of a controlled substance, but no action was taken on the controlled substance charge, as I mentioned. And the disposition for the cocaine charge is listed as nolle prosequi. You know what? I haven't said that term since law school. Hopefully I said it correctly. A lot of people just say nolle pros, but it means that the prosecutor decided not to pursue charges. So the record indicates that Paul successfully finished that pretrial intervention.
I feel like Paul is going to snitch, and I really think that is crazy that, you know, this nigga was trafficking drugs and all of a sudden he gets, you know, some type of immunity, but it's all good. We're going to continue to read this real quick. I got to go make a phone call. So we're going to have Act pick up where I left off really quick, and we're just going to go ahead and have him read out things I was speaking on, and then we're going to go ahead and move forward. And I got some more footage, some more comments on this. Hit the like, share, subscribe button. Let's go. Play this back. Hold on. Let me see. Lost connection, reshare the audio. Okay. Let me pop the screen back on because I don't think you guys could hear me all the way. Yeah, so don't think I'm just sitting here walking away from the camera and putting shit on. Nah, I'm sitting right here. I'm watching this shit just like everybody else right now, dog. So hold on, let me make sure you guys can see. You guys have the audio. Here we go.
Just for Jen, whatever. It says, I was too high to type. He's the entertainer. And so what about other entertainers? And she says, yes, there were Paul, there were Don. Sean coordinated the others. Between May 2021 and 2023, how often were there hotel nights? Often, every week or every other week. After 2024, February 2024, where did this happen? It happened at 2-Star Island in LA. Comey says, in the LA resident, you're still living in? Jane says, yes. AUSA says after February 2024, he says, we probably did free calls 5 times. He says, how many different men? I don't know. So let's talk about some of these guys. Who is this? That's Don. Okay. What about the last time you guys had a freak off? It was August 2024 at 2-Star Island. Okay. When was Diddy arrested, Chuck? Let's look. When was Diddy arrested? Diddy was arrested on September 16th, 2024. So a month before he was arrested, he did a freak off the month before. Wow. By the way, keep in mind, there was rumors. When did his house get raided? Let's see. When did Diddy house get raided? Wow. His house gets raided March 25th, 2024. And he's still doing freak-offs until August. Chat, I'm going to be honest with you. And I don't know if this is a valid legal defense. But Diddy has a mental issue, Chad. He has to. He just has to. Even if you're a criminal or you're a deviant sexually, if the police is investigating you for A, B, C, and D, you would probably resist doing all of the things that may have them look at you in a way to think you're guilty of A, B, C, and D. Why would you still be having freak-offs months after they raided your house? So again, number one, I think Diddy definitely didn't think anything he was doing is wrong. Number two, it's clear that after they raided his house, he continued. I want to almost submit or put this theory in the hat. Diddy's an addict. He was doing freak-offs even in the hotel when he knew his arrest was imminent. When he was in New York. This guy is addicted to this type of behavior, you know? At a certain point, people talk about mental health, this and third. At a certain point, we got to be like, this guy, sex addict clearly he is. But this is beyond a sex addict. This guy must have felt he needed this. Because it's crazy. It's crazy. I don't know. Anyway. I only saw Don in Miami. Who's this? Paul. When's the last time you seen Paul? It was the end of July 2024. Before that, often. What did you think Paul did? I thought he was a personal trainer for Sean in LA, Miami, and Turks. How did Paul get there? He'd book his own travel or he'd already be there. Who is this? That's Leo. I met him through Sean for these nights. I met him on my birthday. What about the last time? 2023. Comey says, where did you see Leo? Jane says, LA. AUSA says, what did you call him? It says, I called him Italian. Who is this? It says, a guy Diddy brought into a night in 2021. What happened? Sean said he had someone coming over. I was repulsed. I was in the Lamatage. He said he looked sweaty. He didn't look nice. He kind of smelled. Well, what did you do? I tried to make it work. I tried to seduce him with my body. He just kept sweating so much. I looked at my partner like, I ain't feeling this shit. And I was in lingerie and heels. What was he wearing? He wasn't wearing nothing. Sean says, do you want to taste it? Whoa, what the fuck? I said, I'm not feeling this. He said, what did Sean do? He said, he laid me down and started having sex with me. Where was the man? Hovering over me. He was sweating on me. So it looked like when she tried to say no, Diddy tried to convince her by actually fucking her. Because keep in mind, she's doing all these things because she wants Diddy. By the way, we're hearing the story multiple times. Cassie said, I would fuck, which, by the way, I don't know, that's a different type of love. You would fuck 3 other niggas just to get to fuck the guy you like? Oh, that's crazy, but whatever. He says, nothing. Sean said, do you want to taste it? I said, I'm not feeling this. So what did Sean do? He laid me down and started having sex with me. AUSA says, where was the man? Hovering over me. He was sweating on me. Then what? Jane says, Sean told me to look at the man's private part, but it wasn't happening. I told Sean, no worries. And the man left. Then what happened? Sean told me he had someone else coming. Oh my God. Yo, this is Super Saiyan 5 Diddy. This is Diddy, expert at the freak-offs. So I ain't gonna lie to you, Cassie might have got the starter pack. Cassie got 1 or 2 niggas trying to fuck her. It's clear, by the time Diddy gets to 2023, 2024, you gonna have to take 5 dicks that night. Okay. Then what? Sean told me he had someone else coming over. I was blindfolded. Sean wanted me to touch him. Jane says, I took a liking to Paul. I was more comfortable. I thought he was handsome and nice and had warm energy. Comey says, did you ever want to have sex with him? Jane says, no. But if I had to have sex with someone, I guess it wasn't so bad with Paul. AUSA says, what's this? This is a photo of a man named Michael. I saw him twice in 2022 and 2023. In addition, in the edition, Los Angeles, Sean says something new was coming. Then just a little bit later, Sean was having small talk with this guy on the balcony. He invited me out. Holy shit, people. Let's keep it going. Jane, she says, so Daphne, she says, I thought Michael was attractive. He was from a website. Who's this? I don't know his name. I met him on my birthday in 2023. Yo, Diddy had her doing freak offs on her birthday, gang. Oh, I don't know if I could Google it though. They said it's porn stars Diddy was hiring. Sly Diggler. That's what the nigga name is. Sly Diggler. Slide. Yeah, I can't pull this up. Yeah, I'm not looking up no male porn stars. I'm good, bro. I'm good, gang. I'm good. I'm not looking up no porn stars. I'm good. Not no male porn stars. I'm straight. Cool. Sean, and by the way, the other person's name is Anton Harden, supposedly, right? What happened? Sean told me to come to Miami. We'd be alone. He was so sweet. Jane says we were eating sushi at Nobu in the hotel. Sean said we'd have entertainment. I gulped and said, entertainer? Comey says, what did he say? Jane says, it's your birthday. I just accepted it. AUSA says, why? Jane says, I don't know why. Upstairs, this man comes in. It was a routine. Jane says, I'm like a robot. I'm getting the guy comfortable. Comey said, did you need a break? You said you were robotic. What do you mean? She says, I've done so many of these. I just can't tune out. My partner likes to see it. I just turn on this person. So I guess she would say she was turning on this persona to do what she had to do. Comey says, what do you mean? You turn into another person? She says, yeah, a person who could just do this. What happened? It was much more quicker. So I guess she had an alter ego that she would just turn on to be able to cope with this. He said he felt more like a stranger to me than anyone. I didn't want to do this on my birthday. Wow. Jane says, I asked Sean for a condom. He said, where was he? He was behind this man. So Diddy's standing behind the nigga, jerking off. He says, he's giving me these dirty looks like you better not ask for a fucking condom. I could just hear that. So what did you hear him saying? Objection. That got overruled. Holy shit. Oh, nah, chat. They're giving it up right here. They're giving it up. They're giving it up. They're giving it up, chat. They're giving it up. Holy shit. Nah, this is Diddy on another level right here, chat. This is Diddy on another level. This is Diddy on another level. Holy. This is Diddy on another level. Wow. Wow. Oh, man. Holy. This is crazy, chat. This is crazy. Saba. 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 Ooh, okay. God damn, bro. Okay, here we go. We got another one. Jane says, I didn't want to sour the mood. AUSA says, why didn't you want to sour the mood? She's crying again. I just didn't want him to be unhappy with me. Do you need a break, Jane? No, I'm okay. I'm okay. AUSA says, what happened next? If you're ready, just tell us. So she's sobbing. She's breaking down, Chad. She's sobbing right now on the stand. Holy. Wow.
So today I'm going to be cooking for you.
Now, so like if this behavior is consensual, I can't really say Diddy's sick. Like obviously I think it's weird. This is not a kink that I have or most men have. But if, there are people who are in relationships with men who enjoy being cuckolds. That's not illegal. That wouldn't be sex trafficking. Here's my problem with this case. I think the prosecutors throw out salacious details, and people who are triggered by the salacious details make their minds up. Like, if you tell me that you're into this, I'm gonna be like, damn, you're a sick nigga. That doesn't mean you're a criminal, right? When you hear the details, you're like, ew, you're sick. Like, we're thinking like Diddy's a sick guy. And sure, we could say that colloquially, but like, is he a criminal for doing freak offs? Not if she's down with it. Now, here's the thing. A jury might be like, wow, this is mad deviant. I think it's a possibility that he gets sent to jail because his kinks is just outside of the norm that anybody really are into. Or the average person. The average person isn't into cuckoldry, right? So he might get sent to jail for that. But yeah, look at Daphne Joy. This was 2023. This is, if I'm going by the timeline, this was like a few days after she did a freak off. This got to be the house that she was living in that Diddy was paying for.
Okay, so this one, oops. Ooh, ooh.
Now, I see somebody says, well, without the condom, that could be a crime. Well, that's going to get into a real tricky place, chat, about consent, right? There is a possibility that it's still assault because she consented to having the, like, she might have consented to the freak off, but she was forced to allow these guys to not use a condom, right? Like, by the way, it's assault. If you're fucking a girl with a condom and she only consented to condom sex and you just take it off, apparently that's assault. That's assault. So if you take it off and don't get consent for raw sex, that's assault. Okay? So maybe they could spin it like that to say Diddy was forcing her. Like, yeah, she was down with the freak off, but Diddy forced her to not require the men to wear protection.
Okay, that's the one. Okay, so now I have prepped my salmon. I've washed it. I've exfoliated it with salt. It's kind of a lot of salt, but
that's not how Diddy likes it. Yo, chat, when I looked at her on Instagram, she looked so glamorous. I'm looking at the house, looks so big. Come to find out, she's doing freak off to keep it. This is around that same time period. So you get little glimpses of the house. Yeah, she was doing freak offs to keep all this shit. The things women have to do to maintain that lifestyle, huh? August, let's see Sky. Yeah, she's bigger sweet. What in a bit? Yeah, this is March. Wow. Wow.
Just like Axe said, you being a cuck and organizing cuck behaviors isn't a crime. Last time I checked, not like I be checking, but I didn't think being a cuck was a crime, number one. And I don't believe that, like I said, when these things are coming out, I'm like, wow, Diddy's a sicko, right? I'm like, Diddy is disgusting. You know what I'm saying? He has an abnormal sexual fetish, right? But I don't believe that your abnormal sexual fetish should be criminalized. Now, like I said, has he done certain things? Yeah. Is he, kind of a disgusting person? You can say so, but I wouldn't be sitting here trying to prosecute Diddy because he has abnormal behaviors and tendencies. I don't think it's fair. A lot of things I hear, I don't want to say crimes by technicality, but by the law standards, these things can be looked at as crimes. But in full transparency, I don't believe these are crimes severe enough for him to be to have his life taken from him and to be like on the line. So here we got some more. We got some more reading right
here. Jane says Sean gave him a condom, but then he walked away. He was so disappointed. The guy finished. I can't remember where. So what's next? The man left. We switched rooms to a bigger suite. What then? Sean was more loving. He was celebratory. Jane says he had cake there, balloons. So I guess for her birthday, after Diddy forced her to fuck this guy. And she's almost saying, I stood my ground because I wanted this guy to wear a condom. And Diddy said, fine, he could wear a condom. But Diddy walked out. Then they went to another room. And she said Diddy was way more happier with her in the other room. Comey says, any talk? Jane says, no. It was just hours and hours of that. Pleasing this guy. Doing so much. Doing all of it. Foreplay. Things I know my partner wants to see. I was going back and forth. It was morning, okay? Oh, shit. So Sly came in and she had to please Sly for hours. Somebody said her and Cassie look alike. Her, Cassie, and Gina have some type of similarity look-wise, if you ask me. Comey says, then what did Sean say? That Don was coming. AUSA says, what did you say? Jane says nothing. So after the night of her birthday, she fucks one guy, they go into another room, she fucks Sly until the morning, then she thinks she's done, so her birthday's done now. Her birthday's over. Then Diddy tells her, no, it ain't. We got another guy coming. Don is coming. What'd you say? Nothing. Like it was fine. So why? I love my partner. What did you do with Don? Sex. And they now break for lunch. Wow. Wow.
See, my mic's working. Okay, cool. I'm going to go ahead and pause what academics was saying. And I'm going to go ahead and get this long crime popping. So everybody, please, we're going to switch to this tab instead. Hold on. Bow. Okay. Yeah, so we good. Here we go, guys. Some law and crime. This is breaking news. Hit the like button, super chat, Cash App, $ Florida Boy J. We got Water Wall Diddy coverage. We also got an Armand Wiggins video I'm going to play that I'm going to cut out of my stream after it's done. And I also got a Tessa Tales or Tessa Talks video I'm going to play. I'm going to cut out of my stream after we go live. But a lot of this stuff is for my people on X. I got like 80-something people on X watching right now. So salute everybody on X, man. My X subscribers and the people who watch me on X, they came through yesterday, bro. I had over 5,000 live viewers on X. Live 5,000 live motherfucking viewers. By the time I got off, that episode did like 6-7K on X. I love you guys. Anytime I go live, you guys on X come over here and you guys go crazy. You stick with the stream. And I appreciate it. Here we go. Get on the camera real quick, and we're gonna get back.
Hey there, everybody. I'm Jesse Weber, and welcome to our live coverage of the Sean Diddy Combs criminal trial at a federal court in New York. This is another interesting day, and we're going to be taking your questions for the next hour and a half or so, not only about the testimony today, but any aspect of this case that you want to talk about. I have an all-star panel that I'm going to be bringing on in a minute, but also today's a big day because it's the continuation of the testimony of alleged victim 2 in this case, Jane. Pseudonym being used. We do not know for sure who she is, but this is a single mother who claims that she is a victim of sex trafficking. And I will tell you, based on the testimony so far today, it does become a question. Is she proving sex trafficking for the prosecution? Has she proven transportation to engage in prostitution? Has she helped with the elements of racketeering? These are all the charges that Sean Combs is facing. So before I get to your questions, I got to bring in right now Elizabeth Milner, Law and Crimes in-court reporter, who is in there for all of the action today. Elizabeth, it is good to see you. We already have questions coming in directly for you, so let's get right into it, because I know always my time with you is limited. We have a question from Danny, and this is the central question. This is the central question, because I asked yesterday, it was more introductory. She seemed to talk about the love that she had in this relationship with Sean Combs, how she met him in 2020, the relationship began in 2021, started to introduce her into these voyeuristic sexual episodes. I wasn't hearing force, fraud, coercion for sex trafficking, right? And using those methods to induce somebody into commercial sex acts. So the question now is, from Danny, this is a question for Elizabeth. Did Jane testify to any coercion she faced from Diddy? The floor is yours, Elizabeth.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to answer that. I feel like we're still kind of getting into the depths of more of her direct testimony, whereas right away with Cassie, for example, it was you could kind of make the dots and connect the dots sorry, I cannot speak today. You can connect the dots a little bit easier with Cassie's testimony. For example, you have the Intercontinental Hotel incident, the surveillance video. But as far as just coercion specifically to Jane, it's kind of hard to really tell at this point. There were times while she was on the witness stand today, for example, that she would just break down into a lot of tears to the point that AUSA Maureen Comey was like, do you need to take a break? Are you okay? Do you want to keep going? And Jane just continued to push through. But she got really emotional at points when it came to just how long that these freak-offs would last, to the point where she would be so tired that she would request or kind of give a look to her partner, as she calls him, but that look was to Diddy or to Puffy or Sean Combs, as she also calls him on the witness stand. But she was kind of explaining that there were times where she'd be really exhausted from a freak off or a hotel night or a debauchery night, whatever they call it. And then Diddy would want more escorts to come. So when they were done with one escort, that escort would leave, then another escort would come, that escort would leave, then another escort would come into the hotel room, and then that escort would leave. And so she did have points today where it was very emotional. But as far as force, fraud, and coercion, it's kind of hard to tell, mainly because Jane a lot of the times was like, I did it to please him. I did it to make him happy. I knew these were things that turned him on, and I just wanted to make sure that he was happy. I would give him massages. I would watch or put on his favorite show. I would cook for him after these hotel nights or freak off sessions. And so it's a pretty gray area right now, but I think that during the direct, which is going to continue until 5 p.m. today, that somewhere, some point, maybe the dots will be connected a little bit more than what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, it's a mixed bag, and I'm going to talk about it later. You know, there were aspects of it where she talks about, you know, throwing up and then being forced to engage in these sex acts, her crying, him being dismissive. Then there's problems, like she still wanted to be in his arms. She's calling him sweet, that it seems like he didn't force her to have sex with one sex worker that was, you know, sweating. But I think a lot of it goes to transporting her and sex workers for the purpose of sex work. So that's, you know, I think count 5 in the indictment, transportation to engage in prostitution. Here's a great question. After yesterday, when Diddy got in trouble for allegedly nodding at the jury during cross-examination of a witness, we got a question here from Shady Nasty. What is Diddy's demeanor like in court today listening to Jane testify?
Well, Diddy at the defense table is doing kind of what he normally does, minus kind of the nodding along with the testimony and things of that sort. So for the most part, I do see him at times jotting notes down, passing them off to his attorneys. During sometimes the sidebars, I see him kind of turn around, look at his family members, for example, seeing his mom inside the courtroom and waving hello to her. But as far as just giving looks to the jurors specifically and nodding along, I haven't seen much of that today. And so it might have resonated what the judge said to Diddy yesterday, right before we had went to the lunch break, just yesterday around the same time. And so as far as what we're seeing, it's not as intense as it was yesterday, but I think after the judge's words to him, I think he realized, okay, I gotta chill out on doing the nodding.
So, you know, he's not looking at the jurors, because we got a question here from RSS. He's not nodding at the jurors. Is he looking at the jurors? Are the jurors looking at him? Because this is important testimony. I guess the question is, what are the jurors doing when they're listening to the testimony of Jane?
Yeah, so from what I see, and I did try to get a better seat for you guys today so I could kind of really see more of like the second row, the third row. I can't see the first row as much as I normally could from where I normally sit. But as far as what I did see from the jurors today, I did see them either looking directly at Jane while she's testifying, especially during those moments where she got super emotional and she began crying. And then I also saw them looking at AUSA Maureen Comey too while she was kind of doing her lines of questioning. And so there were times where you could see jurors looking at Maureen Comey, then looking at Jane on the witness stand, or they're just laser focused on Jane, or some of them I've seen are just jotting down a bunch of notes. I have seen a lot of notes because there were exhibits that were shown, and a lot of exhibits that were shown. Unfortunately, during Jane's testimony, we in the gallery and even those in the overflow room cannot see it, but we're hearing a lot of descriptions of them. For example, the many lines of escorts and the escorts photographs that the jurors saw today and that Jane saw today too. But from what I could see of them, really it seems like they're paying very close attention. I didn't see any outwardly kind of facial expressions as far as maybe being confused or anything like that. Really, they're just kind of like, I really kind of want to know myself what's going on in their minds sometimes, because sometimes they just have a very stone cold face kind of going on while they're listening to a lot of graphic testimony.
By the way, did you hear that recording that was played in court today regarding, I think you could hear Combs, Jane, and this guy named Don, right? What was that recording?
Yes. Well, let me get to that part of my notes. Because
I'll tell you what. As you get to your notes, I will give you another good question for you. This is from I Do Voodoo 1. Elizabeth, I forgot what skincare you use. What shorthand program are you using? You rock. So if you want to answer that, or you want to answer the more serious question about the recording as you get to your notes.
I mean, I can always answer about skincare. It's toner, it's retinol, it's serum, it's face mask, it's Vaseline lip moisturizer, and it's a lot of water. So
and
that's
it's working.
The easy question.
And it's
I
working.
love answering those types of questions. Thank you. Thank you. Honestly, when that question was posed to me yesterday, I was kind of like, is it because my skincare looks good, or is it because I'm sweating out here because it's so hot? But we're okay. And I found that point in my notes, so I can tell you guys all about what we did here as far as this particular iPhone recording. And so it was a conversation that was recorded by, I believe it was Diddy recording this on an iPhone, because that's kind of what they did during these hotel sessions and these hotel nights. And so one of the conversations was recorded about Jane wanting the escorts to wear a condom. And so when we first hear the exhibit, because again, we can't see it, but we can hear this audio, the jurors can see this. So you can hear voices. It's all jumbled up. I'm kind of like, what is this that we're hearing? And Jane said it was herself on this recording, Don and Diddy on this recording. And she said during this video, she was asking Don to put on a condom, and Diddy said, what are you doing? What do you want? And so then Maureen Comey replays it again, and she kind of takes it piece by piece as far as what was being said. So Jane said, I think they're in the chair, and they, she was referring to as condoms. And then Diddy said something along the lines of, you were just taking that D if you don't touch yourself right now. And then Jane was explaining, I understand that my request was going to be denied. And then Maureen Comey asked, well, why did you need permission from Mr. Combs for an escort to have sex with your body? And then Jane's getting pretty emotional here. And then Jane herself responded, I don't know, I'm still trying to process everything. And then there was an objection from the defense. They had a sidebar. And then when they came back from this sidebar, Maureen Comey asked again, why didn't you insist that Don wear a condom? And Jane responded, I didn't want to disappoint my lover. He wouldn't be in a good mood or satisfied with the night if she were to continue asking this. And she said for the most part, Diddy preferred for the escorts to not be wearing rubbers or condoms when they're having sex with her. She said that he doesn't like seeing these on the escort's body. And so it was just an interesting kind of recording to kind of hear out in court. At first I was like, what are these words? Like, I really couldn't comprehend it. But as they broke it down, I was kind of like, oh, okay, now I can see where they're kind of going with this a little bit.
So, got a great compliment just came in from Donnie Z TV. Thank you so much for this super chat comment. Jesse, you and Elizabeth rock, so thank you so much. Very kind of you to say. Okay, we did have a question here from Shop Girl, and I don't know if you were in court for this. We saw reporting about it. What was the extent of Diddy's aggravation when he was obviously angry speaking to his attorneys? There was something reported about that. I think the jury had been excused maybe on a break, and he was quite animated speaking with his attorneys. Did you see anything like that?
I didn't see anything like that. I might have been a point where I stepped out to use the restroom, but I mean, wow, I'm
gonna pause. I'm gonna pause this very temporarily. Guys, I just crossed 5,880 subscribers. So I want to say thank you guys. I'm 120 subscribers away from 6,000. Thank you everybody who is tuning in. Like, share, and subscribe. Cash App, $Florida at the bottom right hand corner. And let's continue this Diddy coverage.
just hearing this for the first time, so I didn't see it in person. So unfortunately, I can't answer too much of your question. I think I might have just gone off to the restroom, I guess, when that moment might have happened.
So Elizabeth, would you agree with me and pick out the points? Do you feel that from today's testimony and a little bit from yesterday, they are solidifying transportation to engage in prostitution, where Diddy is accused of transporting sex workers and alleged victims for the purposes of prostitution, for the purposes of sex work? You don't need force, fraud, or coercion necessarily. It's more of a straightforward charge. Were there some highlights today that you say they got it in the bag for that?
I think so. For example, when we were seeing just the number of escort exhibits, we saw a man named Don. He was an escort that Jane and Diddy had used. And the last time she saw Don, this particular escort, I thought it was interesting. The last time that she had sex with him and during these hotel nights, even though sometimes they didn't always happen in hotels, the last time was August of 2024. So like just last month, or not last month, oh my goodness, last year, but a month before Diddy was arrested. Then there was an exhibit shown to the jury and to Jane. It was Paul the escort, and that Paul was used from 2021 until July of 2024. Jane thought that he was a personal trainer because he actually trained Diddy, but he also worked for Cowboys for Angels. But I think the sticking point here is that she saw him in Los Angeles. She saw him in Miami. She saw him in Turks and Caicos. There was Leo, the escort, or also referred to as the Italian. She met him in 2022 on her birthday. The last time she saw him was in 2023, and that they would use him every so often, but she saw him in Los Angeles. There was an unnamed escort that she was shown an exhibit of, met him in 2021, and this was the escort that she said that she was repulsed by him, that he was super sweaty, he had smelled, she was hesitant with him, and that he was used in just different places too. So I think if anything, that the prosecution does have that working for them. I think it is still kind of up in the air as far as count 4 goes when it pertains to sex trafficking with Jane's specific count. But as far as just transportation to engage in prostitution, I think Maureen Comey is really kind of making great points here and there where it's like, well, where did you see this individual? Was it in Miami? Was it in Vegas? Was it in Los Angeles? And even for Dawn, for example, one of the first escorts that Jane had booked on her own, she was explaining that he was someone that they always flew out from Atlanta to wherever they were, either it be in Los Angeles or other places, and that they would be arranged, the travel as far as Dawn was concerned, would either be arranged by Jane herself, but she would be reimbursed by Diddy, or it'd be by Diddy's travel agent who would get everything going as far as making the flights for him and then flying him out from where his home was in Atlanta, Georgia, over to wherever Diddy and Jane were.
Just to clarify here, Elizabeth, what are the points you think the defense is going to jump on? And when I say that is, I'm reading the transcript, and there's certain parts of her testimony that I don't think are great for the prosecution. You know, I mentioned it before, but the idea of there was this sweaty individual, and it doesn't seem, unless I'm wrong, Combs forced her to actually continue sexual relations with him, that she still talks like a loving relationship with Sean Combs, you know, that she wanted to be in his arms. She just wanted to be with him. She loved him. I mean, she was dating him up until his arrest in 2024, that she...
I'm going to pause this because I want to say this clear. Can you be a victim and still be in love? Like you could be victims of things and still have affinity for the accuser or the people who did these things to you, but between Cassie, her, and a lot of these people, they still love Diddy. They still have love for Diddy. Nobody, I feel like in this whole circle feels like nothing they did was wrong or illegal or out of pocket until their freedom is on the line. They get called to court. Their reputation is on the line. Like nobody is really there. I feel like she's crying, and they always want to point out her, Cassie, crying as to say, oh, they're traumatized. Oh, they're victims. No, they're crying. They're traumatized for having to be in this position and telling somebody that they love. They're in tears by like, imagine you snitching on somebody you still got love for. Imagine you snitched on your boyfriend. Imagine you snitched on your girlfriend on the stand, looking them dead in the eye, have to tell for your freedom and your safety. That's why they're crying. They're not crying because he's such a monster. They're crying to like, wow, I can't believe the man who changed my life, I have to sacrifice his to save mine. That is sick. To not look at the totality of what emotional state and what is putting these people on the stands in this emotional state, including her, including Cassie. Now let's get back to law and crime, man.
He was the one who was writing sexually explicit messages to these sex workers, seemingly, you know, she says it was at Sean Combs' request. But are there certain avenues, certain points in her testimony today where you feel the defense is going to focus on, or you feel there are openings for the defense to exploit?
I think the defense is definitely going to ask Jane how she feels about Diddy today, as far as whether or not she still has feelings for him. Because I think there are times during her direct testimony where you can kind of feel like she is a little apprehensive. I don't know if it's about testifying in general, or that she may have kind of conflicted feelings, where she was seeing this person up until September of 2024. They had a long relationship beginning all the way in 2021, not as long as Cassie and Diddy were together, as far as that 11-year on and off period. But I think they're going to ask her, what are your thoughts on Diddy? Do you still love him? I think they're also going to ask her, you initiated some of these hotel nights. You were the one sending these messages to these entertainment or pornography stars, and you were the one making sure that you were bringing them to wherever you were. Were you a willing participant? Did you say no, or are you just saying that because the government called you? I feel like they're really going to poke holes in her story, possibly use her text messages against her, as they've done kind of with other witnesses, and possibly ask her, well, you were kind of getting something out of this, and that was her rent being paid for. Again, that rent being $10,000 a month, which I did the math wrong yesterday. I said it was 8 times more than my rent. It's 5 times more than my rent, but still, that's a lot of money to pay for rent for somebody else. But as far as just where the defense is going to poke holes, I think they kind of have a lot possibly working for them. I think one interesting thing, Jesse, is that there was a moment yesterday where the judge was asking, can everyone stay a little bit later, because they know that Jane has to get off the stand by Thursday because she has to make a flight. But Alexandra Shapiro stood up and was like, I can't stay late. And she was talking about it yesterday. She's like, I can't stay late today because I have this other event, but I really want to stay here for all of Jane's testimony, because we believe she's one of the most important witnesses in the case. So I think that the defense knows just how important Jane's testimony is, but I think they definitely kind of have a lot working for them when they do eventually get to cross-examining her.
And by the way, if anybody has any questions for Elizabeth as we have our time with her, please submit them right now. Do you know if who's there on Diddy's side today? Is his family there?
Yeah, so we are seeing a lot of family members today. So, for example, we're seeing his sons, including, I almost said Tristan, but it's Justin and Christian. I'm sorry, everyone. I know today is Friday, and I'm feeling the Friday vibes. But also, Janice Combs was inside that courtroom today, too. His sister Keisha made an appearance today in court. She's been in there. Diddy's PR rep is in there. I think not on Diddy's side or anything, but I think notably someone in the courtroom today was Doug Wigder, who is Cassie's attorney. But as far as those who are who are on Diddy's side today, one of his really good friends and music producer, Charlucci, was there, and his youngest daughter's mother was in there in that courtroom too. So he has a lot of support kind of working on his side today, a little bit more support than maybe we've seen for other days. But as far as just his daughters, we haven't seen them since week 1 of trial. So I think that's something kind of interesting. But he does still have his support system there, including probably one of his favorite people, his sons and his mother there, and his sister too.
There's always a lot of conversation about what happened yesterday and what exactly he was doing with respect to the jury. And, the question is, if he's nodding towards them, this is a guy who has been accused for the last 3-4 weeks of intimidating people, witnesses, alleged victims, assistants. So was he potentially trying to intimidate the jury? It also could be maybe he was feeling the high of a successful cross-examination of a key witness, Bryana Bongolan, which we could talk about as well. But we get this question that came in from Ashley Glass. It's for you. If yesterday he was nodding at the jury, isn't that suspicious to him getting to a juror? Could they be compromised by Diddy? So I guess the question is there anything that you're observing here, Elizabeth, that would suggest 2 questions? Anything that looks like the jury might be siding with the defense, whether it's any kind of cross-examination that you've seen so far? Are they nodding? Are they looking? Are they responding positively to the defense? And number 2, do they look like they're affected by Diddy's presence or behavior in that courtroom?
Well, I don't know if they're necessarily affected by his behavior, because I thought after yesterday, after the judge kind of admonishing Diddy, I thought maybe there would be kind of a change in maybe facial expressions as far as the jurors not kind of looking his way. But I think because of the way the layout of the courtroom is, you can't help but kind of look over in that way or anything like that. But as far as just kind of him looking at the jurors, and let me just say, he doesn't just look at the jurors, he looks at everybody in the gallery too. There are moments where even us on the press side, he does make eye contact with us. And myself, who's not a juror on this case, I myself find that kind of intimidating. So I can only imagine kind of how the jurors are feeling when they're getting kind of looks from the defendant himself. And I'm also wondering, as far as just him nodding along, it was something, again, that he was doing, I think, a little bit longer than when the judge kind of pointed it out. He did this for other witnesses while they were on the witness stand too. But taking back to the point of whether or not the jurors that I could see necessarily agreeing with the defense, or maybe that it got to them, I'm not sure. I remember, I think it was Daniel Phillip who was testifying, or it might have been the Punisher who was testifying, where I did see one juror kind of nodding along to, and I believe the attorney who cross-examined both of those men was Xavier Donaldson, kind of nodding along to his line of cross-examination. But even as far as today goes, which we haven't gotten to the cross, it's still under the direct, so the prosecution's still asking those questions. I haven't seen much of a reaction from them, but they're really kind of hard to read sometimes. Sometimes I'm like, are they really interested? Sometimes I'm like, are they jotting notes down pertaining to testimony? Are they possibly writing their own grocery list down? Because when you're inside that courtroom for hours on end listening to this really graphic stuff, sometimes I'm wondering, like, are they really paying attention? But from what I can see, and from what the judge has even kind of complimented on, is it seems that everyone is paying attention to what's going on inside the courtroom.
Got one more question for you. This is from Jonathan Berry. Who is coming up after Jane, Elizabeth?
I do not know who's coming up after Jane. I'm very curious to see. I think a lot of us are possibly wanting to hear from somebody that we've been hearing a lot about, and that being KK or Christina Koram. But the government hasn't given any indication if she'll take the stand, and if she does take the stand, when that'll be. But I do think what the government is gearing up for is just their summary witness to eventually take the stand, and that person's going to really kind of wrap up everything together, probably show some demonstrative exhibits as far as just these different charts and how the escorts were flown out on certain days and all of that stuff. So I think for sure we're getting kind of possibly, maybe, depending on how you look at it, close to the end of the government's case, but I don't want to put words in their mouth just in case we see maybe 20 more witnesses down the line, and I don't want y'all to get mad at me when that happens.
No one will ever get mad at you. Don't you know that by now, Elizabeth? Elizabeth, thank you so much. Great reporting as always. Lot to break down here. We're going to take your questions. I'll allow Elizabeth to jump back into the courtroom. Okay. So let me bring in my all-star panel. I am joined right now by SiriusXM host Mina Say-What-Lona. I'm joined here by criminal defense attorney Mauricio Padilla and civil rights attorney Joe Richardson. It's great to have you all here. Thank you so much. Mauricio, I'll start with you. You think the defense is happy right now?
Probably. I think that they're looking at this witness, Jane, and they're thinking that maybe Jane is a person that they could use to not only discredit her own testimony, but to discredit under the umbrella of alleged victims. So whatever damage they could do to Jane, they're going to want the jury to be like, look, just like Cassie, just like all of these women that they had, it was a choice. They weren't really forced. And I heard when Elizabeth was like, well, whether or not force, fraud, or coercion was proven, it's kind of a gray area. I'm sure the defense is going to take the position that force, fraud, or coercion is never going to be a gray area. It's going to be a black and white issue of whether or not, these women were forced to do it. I reviewed the testimony, what the news has come out regarding Jane's testimony. There's a lot there that really indicates that she wasn't forced. She wasn't, I didn't see that. I didn't see the force. I didn't see the fraud, the coercion. This is someone that, she said that she was having unprotected sex with these men, that she was repulsed, that they were smelly, but I didn't hear like why she was forced to do it. And if you're forced to do it because you were scared that he wasn't going to pay your rent, I don't think that that's enough to satisfy force, fraud, or coercion.
Yeah, well, we got some super chat questions coming in. So thank you so much, everybody. We got one from Flip to Freedom. This is very similar. I'll throw it to you, Joe. This is, how is anything Jane said criminal? You answer, and then I will give my perspective on it as well.
I think that's the biggest question here, right? You've got a lot of things that are going on that are unseemly, that have to do with some physical harm. He's a domestic abuser, which he's not getting prosecuted for. He's a freaky guy, which he's not getting prosecuted for. So that is a very, very open question, and I think that the defense will take it directly and use that and ride that all the way to closing argument. Now, that said, what you want to be able to say if you're the prosecution is that she is a victim and that she is doing things she would not be doing otherwise. He threatened with violence. He, held things over her head. She was clearly doing things that she didn't want to do that were not voluntary. She talks about her first sexual experience, which was great, and that was fantastic. And then after that, she opens a Pandora's box she couldn't close, and these types of things. So they know what the risk is in terms of what they have to do to prosecute their case, and that the jury has to think a certain way about this. But if I'm the defense, of course, I'm asking the same question this person just asked. How is any of this criminal? It's crazy, it's freaky, might be morally wrong, but what makes it legally wrong?
So I think there's a couple of things here. And I think, one, transportation to engage in prostitution. We can't forget about that charge. If she's talking about being, Combs and his assistants, or her literally transporting sex workers for the purposes of sex work, and she's joining, I mean, that helps. That's that charge. If you talk about the idea of her transporting drugs to different locations, that could be one of the underlying predicate crimes for racketeering, right? Drug offenses. And then coercion, right? She hasn't gotten to the alleged violence yet, which I think is going to be coming if you base it off of the opening statement. But if she's talking about him having financial control over her and, kind of pressuring her into these sexual episodes even after she got sick, or whether or not he was dismissive about her concerns over the performers wearing condoms, it's not as strong of coercion as you've seen in other sex trafficking cases, but perhaps it's the building blocks towards that. And that's the question. Okay, Mina, great to see you. Got another super chat question coming in. This was from Tony Tokes. Hey, Jesse, do you think Lil Rod will testify? I throw it to you.
It's a possibility. A lot of what Little Rod has said in his civil complaint is coming up in this federal complaint and this federal trial. And it would be interesting to see if they do bring Little Rod up, who is a producer and has a very lengthy civil complaint that we're now learning there are a lot of facts in there that are also being presented in this trial. It'll be interesting to see because he's quite a character and he has a lot of personality, Little Rod.
Yeah, definitely. I just don't think he's going to play a role in this. And by the way, if you look at pretrial filings, there was a mention of producer one. I think an argument could be made that was Lil Rod, and the indication was from the defense that they weren't going to be calling him. And maybe there's something to that. A lot of his charges have been, a lot of the counts that he, the claims that he had filed in his lawsuit were dismissed. And perhaps there is a weakness to the case, or perhaps he doesn't fit into the overall narrative by which the prosecution is going forward. Okay, Mauricio, this is from Nestdog, another super chat question. Thank you so much. Don't the feds only need 2 of the 8 charges? So I think they're saying, don't you need only 2 of the several underlying predicate crimes for racketeering?
Yeah, that's all they need. It's not a difficult thing for them to overcome regarding the facts in this case. But yeah, all they need is 2, which it seems to me they're going to get there.
I think they've done it. I mean, Joe, I think they've done it. If you talk about forced labor, which, by the way, put aside kidnapping, Capricorn Clark, arson, Kid Cudi, sex trafficking, Cassie. I mean, it's not proven beyond the reasonable doubt. I mean, it'll be up to the jury, but I think they've checked the boxes. I was thinking about something, Joe, is if they keep saying to her and saying to Cassie, was this work? Was this work? Was engaging in these sexual episodes work? He's taking care of her financially. Is this forced labor one of the underlying crimes of racketeering?
I think that the prosecution, of course, can argue that it is forced labor, but they still have the square peg in the round hole problem. There's a lot of things that, there's 7 or 8 different things, each of which could be a potential predicate crime. But it still feels as if when you're doing RICO, you can take a bunch of stuff with racketeering, throw it in a bowl, mix it around, and it's almost like you don't pay as much attention to the crime itself, whether you're talking about the arson, whether you're talking about some of these other things. It's almost like they don't pay quite as much attention, and there's not quite as much proof or combing out, for lack of a better term, no pun intended, of the actual crime, unless versus if the crime was being prosecuted in and of itself. And so the question becomes, are the predicate crimes there? Yeah, you can take a couple of them and put them there, et cetera. But all the jury has to do, of course, is believe the testimony and be good with the testimony. Is it there by itself? Yeah, a couple of them are there, but it's still RICO, and it feels a little bit different because even what you're talking about, Jesse, well, she was forced to do this and she's doing this and she's overworking these hours, etc. This is the first time a jury, these regular folks in their daily lives have looked at facts like this and been asked to extract forced labor from it, if that's the ask.
Wow.
And so that's what the risk is, because it looks a little bit different because you're going under a RICO charge.
I think this case comes down to closing arguments, trying to articulate what did we just hear for 8 weeks? How does Kid Cudi relate to Jane? And I think they might be confused at this point, but it'll be up for the prosecution to clearly outline and articulate it. And these jury instructions, so important. Mina, we got another super chat question. This is from Kinga Seraphin. How long do you think it will take the prosecution to rest their case? And most important question, Jesse, what's your skincare love? What's your skincare? Love from Poland. Very kind question. I will get to that too. See, they felt that I was left out of the skincare conversation. I appreciate that. I'll get to that on the second part. Mina, how long do you think it's going to take the prosecution to rest their case?
Well, the judge said he's looking at July 4th to wrap up by July 4th. Initially, they were saying this was going to take about 6 weeks. Now they're pushing it more towards 8 weeks. So, and then we also have the problem of some people not wanting to testify. So that can cut down on the time that they possibly had to, that they factored in as an estimation. But according to the judge, he said he's looking to wrap up by July 4th.
Good. I mean, we'll see. There's always wrenches that are thrown in there. Who knows how long this deliberation process may last? They may take a half a day or a full day to determine whether or not Cassie is credible, whether or not Mia is credible, whether or not Jane is credible. And if they have weaknesses in one of those witnesses, does it play into a potential weakness in the overall case? I'm not sure. I think this jury deliberation process is going to take quite some time. Oh, and as for my skincare process, you ever see Mission Impossible? No, I'm just kidding. No, it's moisturizer.
Do you exfoliate, Jesse?
I exfoliate, I moisturize, I'm on TV. My wife taught me all about this. By the way, got a question here from Tia215. Hello, Jesse. How are you? How's your day today? Hope all is well. It is. I'm having a great day. But talk about skincare. I got this sty in my eye. I'm fighting that. So it's it's a battle on all fronts. But what can I say? All right. Okay, I'll throw this to you, Mauricio. Can you explain the balancing test the judge uses to determine if a witness can testify anonymously? So example, Jane, Mia. Does the government have to prove up the need for a pseudonym? That's a great question.
It is a great question, and I don't want to say the wrong answer. I haven't researched it. I'm gonna just say that the balancing test probably has to do with whether or not they're victims or whether or not they qualify as a victim. But if anybody else on the panel has a direct response, I don't know.
I'll throw it to you, Joe. But the way that I understand it, at least from a civil context, Joe, and this came up a lot in the civil suits that Diddy was facing, not every Jane Doe who filed a lawsuit against him could proceed anonymously. There is a balance of interest here. So first of all, you separate a criminal case where they don't necessarily want to testify. They might be subpoenaed to testify. Sure, there's a question if they're cooperating with the government, but they have less of a choice than somebody who has filed a lawsuit, has taken a proactive step to actually initiate litigation. So in that sense, if you're going to file a lawsuit against Sean Combs, you're putting your case in the spotlight. He has a right to know who his accuser is. You started this, you might have, unless you can demonstrate there is a significant risk to your safety or reputation from you revealing yourself, the burden almost seems on the plaintiff in that case to prove that they need to be anonymous. It feels different in a criminal case. It feels that unless they say, hey, listen, I'm choosing, which is what Cassie did, I'm choosing to reveal my identity, they may have more of protection from being having their identities revealed.
Yeah, someone that's not involved in a proceeding voluntarily, right? Someone that's been subpoenaed to testify, et cetera, and there's a demonstrable fear for safety that is legitimate, it's still balanced against the fact that Diddy, in this case, has the right to face his accusers, etc. He's not supposed to be in a situation where we don't know who Jane Doe is, and Jane Doe is lobbing shots from behind the veil, as it were. I think it is a different standard in civil versus criminal. Civil case, it's a lot harder for you. I'm suing Diddy, and I want to be anonymous too at the same time. That's going to be much, much harder because you're bringing yourself into that area and bringing that on. But if it's a criminal case where, for oversimplifying it, safety is in question, right? This is one of the reasons that Diddy is being prosecuted. I think a judge, when doing the balancing, is going to be a little bit more likely to allow, and it's not likely, it's still in exceptional circumstances, it's going to be a little bit more likely to allow someone to be anonymous under circumstances like this, particularly given the nature of the case.
Mina, there's a good follow-up question to this. This is from El Spelunker. What about their identities being exposed? I'm not going to talk about what's coming out online, but if there's a lot of speculation about who Mia is, who Jane is, who alleged victim 3 is, even though she doesn't seem to be a part of the case as of right now, and whether or not videos and pictures are coming out there, and the reporters have to be very careful about how they describe who these anonymous witnesses are. It's a concern, right?
It absolutely is. And you also have to remind yourself that some of these women would have not come forward. They didn't necessarily file civil lawsuits. Cassie did file her civil lawsuit, but some of these women have not spoken about these incidents until now because they've been subpoenaed or asked by the government. Specifically, Mia said she would have went to the grave with this information. She was so ashamed to even talk about it publicly. And from what I'm reading from the report, she's looking down throughout her entire testimony. Now, you can obviously interpret that in different ways, but she's upset and shameful at the things that she's done, in my interpretation of why you look down during testimony. So I think you also have to consider that some of these women and some of these employees and some of these people would have probably never talked about this were they not asked by the federal government. And in order to keep some normalcy to their lives after this, they would like to remain anonymous. They have to go back to their regular lives. This is a huge trial. This is a huge case. It's being publicized everywhere. Even though we're not seeing video, it's still the talk of the town, the talk of social media every single day. How do you go back to your regular life when your identity has been exposed? So those are things that you have to consider when you're talking about this particular.
And Mina, let me just follow up with that. Don't you think it's interesting look, I will tell you, I think the defense has done a phenomenal job of cross-examining these witnesses. I mean, hitting them with prior text messages, posts. Bryana Bongolan yesterday, I mean, the idea of allegedly buying Sean Combs a sweatshirt, or wanted to buy him a sweatshirt 2 weeks after he allegedly dangles her off a 17-story balcony. The metadata from the photos of her injuries would indicate those photos were taken before the alleged attack. Hotel receipts indicating Sean Combs wasn't even in LA when this balcony incident happened. The question does become, what do they have to gain? What do they have to gain from everyone lying? I mean, that's the thing, right? The defense is basically saying to its jury, every single person's lying about Sean Combs, every single one of them. What is the incentive for them to come forward?
That's my exact interpretation of what's going on. So you're going to say everyone's lying? All of these people on the stand don't have a criminal complaint here. So, and some people are incriminating themselves, and that's why they're asking for certain protections. So I don't think that it's that easy. And we're going to see how the jury even interprets that.
Oh, well, look at this. I got a super chat question from my wife, Haley Weber.
Oh.
Hi, Jesse. Great coverage. Your skin looks great. Well, she's biased, then thank you so much. Love you. I'll talk to you later about I didn't know she was a part.
Check me out.
My bad. We're going to switch it up a little bit. We're going to break it up as far as some of the coverage. We got an OG right here. He's coming out speaking, so salute him. Pulling up. Like I said, we got to get some more coverage right here. So we got the Diddy trial. Like, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Let's get it.
Friday, June the 6th, 2025. Beautiful day in New York. I'm here. We locked in. Share this video. Follow me on Instagram. The podcast was sold. Follow me on Instagram. Podcast was sold. Follow me on Spotify. Podcast was sold. I want to welcome all my new followers. I want to welcome all my new who first. Raydon Fernando, John King, Kev, what up? I was best. God with John, what up? Super TV. Stacey Owens, what up? All right, so look. Shout out. Listen, you gotta get a video, gotta give it a thumbs up. If you don't like it, you can give it a thumbs down. Whatever, however you feel, that's what you do. Welcome to all my new subscribers. Thank you for coming. Shout out to all the ladies that have been coming over. Thank y'all for coming. Welcome everybody. Friday, Jane Doe is on the stand. This is a government witness, a prosecution witness. Hold up, let me get my paperwork right. All right, so Jane Doe is being direct examined by Assistant U.S. Attorney Maureen Comey. Shout out to everybody. Check me out. Jane Doe is from California. She did a half a semester at junior college. She met Puffy in 2021, and they dated from 2021 to 2024 up until the time that Puffy got arrested in Manhattan. Right here. Jane Doe and Puffy had nicknames for each other. Puffy's nickname was Ernie. Her nickname was Bert, from Ernie and Bert on Sesame Street. They met in Miami in 2020. At the time they met, how Jane Doe met Puff was romantically involved in dating Jane Doe's girlfriend. Puffy was dating Jay. What's up, bro? How you doing, man? All right. Puffy was dating Jane Doe's girlfriend. Puffy invited them down to Miami. They went out to eat for dinner. Then Puffy took all of the girls, might have been about 5 or 6 girls, took them out on his yacht after the dinner. Or the dinner might have been on the yacht. While they was on the yacht, Jane Doe went to the bathroom, and when she went to the bathroom, Puff was over there. Puff stepped to her, or they exchanged whatever, and she gave Puff her number, and Puff gave her his number. But Puff is still dealing with her girlfriend. So Jane Doe gives her number to the dude that her girlfriend dealing with that brought her to the function. After they went out on the yacht, they went to the studio in Puffy's house, and this man came in and gave Puffy some pink powder, and Puffy took the pink powder and gave some of the pink powder to her girlfriend who Puffy was involved with. This is her testimony. What the prosecution is doing in this direct examination is establishing the drug use, drug transportation, sex trafficking, and all of that. That was day one. The next night, Puffy invited all of the girls back to his crib in Miami. They had a movie night at Puffy's crib in Miami. Puffy, I was going to say Muffy. Puffy got a big movie theater in his crib. So he invited all the girls back so they could have a movie night in his crib. After the movie night, she went home. She went home. What's up? You understand? Then she went home. Then on November the 30th, what you want, man? I'm trying to do something here, man. What? Go ahead, man. I left my water in the joint. November the 30th, 2020, Puffy text Jane Doe, call me. But Puff still dealing with her friend. I want to thank everybody for the Cash Apps, the PayPals, and the Super Chats. Thank y'all. Jane Doe testified that Puffy pursued me and invited me to Miami. By this time, my girlfriend got engaged to another dude and moved overseas. And when my girlfriend got engaged to this dude, that she was seeing, her girlfriend was seeing Puff and seeing this other dude. Flip to Freedom, thank you for the super chat. Jane Doe's girlfriend was seeing Puff and she was seeing this other dude. Then she got engaged to the other dude, and then the girlfriend dipped with the other dude overseas. So when her girlfriend dipped with the other dude, Jane Doe felt like, bet, now I could get with Puff. January 2021, Jane Doe came to Miami. Puffy got her a hotel room. And she said when she first met Puff, these are her words, they had dinner on the balcony at the hotel. He got her the hotel room. He was charming. And they had a nice time. Now, right off the rip, Jane Doe stepped to Puffy and said, yo, my child's father don't like you. And she told Puff, I dated someone close to you around 2015. Jane Doe let that be known right off the bat. Straight up. Say, yo, my child's father don't like you, and I dated somebody close to you around 2015. What's up, man? Then she said on the stand that they made love all night and they walked on the beach. After they made love all night, they got dressed and went out on a date night. Jane Doe then said after the trip to Miami, after I left, I was head over heels already for Puff. I was head over heels in love with Puff after I left. Head over heels. February 2021, Puffy in his private jet took Jane Doe to Turks and Caicos for 9 days. He rented a villa, and then after they chilled in Turks and Caicos for 9 days, they went to the Bahamas for 6 days, and he rented another villa, all on his private jet. On the private jet was KK, his chef, the butler, a photographer, and a barber. All of them is on the jet. Everybody on the jet, on Puff Jet. The assistant U.S. attorney Comey asked her, "What were you doing for money around this time?" She says, "I'm a single mother, and I'm a content creator and influencer." After Puffy took her to Turks and Caicos for 9 days, then chilled with her in the Bahamas for 6 days, he stepped to her like, "Yo, I know you've been with me for 15 days. I know you ain't been able to create no content. I kind of took you off your schedule of making money. I'm going to send you some money." And Puffy sent her 10,000. Puffy sent her 10,000 by wire transfer. The prosecution asked her, "Do you take drugs?" She said, "Yes, ecstasy." And that Puffy suggested that she take ecstasy, what's up, Jay? 10 times. And she had only taken ecstasy.
I'm only gonna pause this because question. What's up, LB in the chat? LB said, "Who is this Canadian Miss Drinking nigga, man?" Nah, bro. This the OG. You can look him up other podcasts. So him, this is his platform. Get back to
2 times before that trip in 2014 and 2015. What's up, y'all? Y'all want to say what's up to the people? I'm live on YouTube.
Sure.
You got social media?
Yeah.
Tell them your social media. Come on, move over this way. There you go. Tell them.
You know?
I'm from Jersey.
Oh, that's nice.
All right.
Yeah.
Big.
Peace out.
When they was on the trip in Turks and Caicos, Jane Doe said that she took ecstasy in the pool and that the pill was too big and she fell in the sand and she was throwing the sand and she started convulsing. But that she continued to take ecstasy on this trip, but in smaller doses. On the stand, under direct examination by Miss Maureen Comey, Assistant U.S. Attorney, Southern District of New York, Jane Doe testified that after that trip to Turks and Caicos for 9 days, in the Bahamas for 6 days, I was even deeper in love. I was even deeper in love. She said I was even deeper in love after the trip. After the trip. She was deeper in love after the trip. After the trip to Miami, after I left, I was head over heels already. Then, when they go to Turks and Caicos and then to the Bahamas, I was even deeper in love. She testified to that on the stand. Under oath. Under oath. Not under oath with a T, under oath with an S, under oath. OAF, oath. After that trip, Puff done spent all his money, plane, gas for the plane, the filler, meals, all that. He sent her another $10,000. He sent her another $10,000. Puffy, she said Puffy could sense that she was falling in love with him. Who is that right there? Tom Robb. Tom Robb, thank you for that super chat. Shout out to Tom Robb. How you doing, baby? Say what's up to my bitch. Say what's up. Say what's up. Yeah. Huh? Have a nice day. Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
All right, peace. After the trip, Puffy, he was liking her too, and he probably could sense that she was really liking him, falling in love. And Puffy told her, I really like you, but I'm seeing multiple women. Right up front, right off the rip. Puffy told her, she testified to this on the stand. Puffy told her to her grill, to her face, I really like you, but I'm seeing multiple women. It ain't just you. I'm seeing her over there. I got her over there. I'm dating the honey over there. I got the honey over. I'm dating a bunch of y'all. Puffy told her to her face, to her grill, I'm dating a bunch of y'all. Dating a bunch of y'all.
Hey, OG out of pocket, man.
I only wanted to date Puffy. But I was cool with that. The fact that he was dating a bunch of women, I'm cool with that. She said that. I was okay with that. I still wanted to see him. I still wanted to chill with him. She dated Puffy all the way up until Puffy was arrested in September 2024. It was a private relationship. Then she moved. She was living somewhere on the East Coast, and then she moved to Los Angeles, and Puffy paid for the moving truck. Gave her $6,000 for the moving truck. Jane Doe testified that Puffy would hit her off with money just because. Take that right there. Put that in your pocket right there. Put that in your pocket right there. Put some gas in your car, get you something to eat. The drugs that her and Puffy took, as she testified, was ecstasy, Molly, cocaine, and ketamine. The Molly used to enhance and make her sexually horny. The cocaine made her alert. But the ketamine, she ain't like the ketamine because it was like a hallucinogenic. She ain't like that. February to May of 2021, Puffy, like when they had sex, who's that right there? Naturalistic TV. Everybody go follow Naturalistic TV. Yo, get this video a thumbs up. How many I got? 295? I need 500 thumbs up, man. Double tap that screen. Double tap the screen. Puffy liked her to dress in provocative lingerie, and they both would watch porn while they were having sex. for 12 to 24 hours with baby oil. He would put baby oil all over her body, and she would put baby oil all over Puffy's body. And they would change the light bulbs in the room from white to red. They would change the light bulb. They needed the red light bulb. Jane Doe testified, I loved the sexual experiences with Puff. They felt intense, and I loved Puffy very much. I love Puffy very much. I love him very much. May 2021, Jane Doe, we would be watching pornography and we would have these fantasy conversations. And Puffy suggested or asked me if I wanted to role play with other men. Puffy said, do you want that? Can you imagine that? And her and Puffy had been awake for 24 hours. And then Puffy told her, I can make this happen if you want it. Puffy said, I can make that happen tonight. She said, tonight? Then Jane Doe said, I bet. Make it happen tonight. Let's do it. Jane Doe agreed. She is of age, of sound body, mind, and spirit. She's a consenting adult. She said, all right, bet. Then they went to a hotel room in Miami, and two of Puffy's assistants set up the room. Then Puffy told her, there's a guy coming for sexual things. Puffy walked out and was talking to a man. She could hear him. And then a dude walked in named Don. He was a male escort from the company called Cowboys and Angels. I need 500 thumbs up, man. 425. I need 75 more. Double tap that screen. Get a video a thumbs up. I stood up. Don came in. The male escort came in. I stood up, took off my robe, and I started dancing with my lingerie. Don began touching me, and I began touching Don. And Puffy is standing right there, butt naked, watching, masturbating. Me and Don are doing foreplay. I performed oral sex on Don for a long time. While I'm performing oral sex on Don, Puffy is talking and being real positive. Then I, Jane Doe, moved me and Don to the bedroom. Then I asked Puffy for a condom. Puffy said, these guys are safe, some of the cleanest people. But then Puff gave Don a condom, and her and Don had sex for a while, and Puff is watching. Puff is watching. Don left. After Don left, her and Puffy made love, and Jane Doe said, we were happy. We were happy. Don left. Don left. Her and Puffy had sex, and she said we were happy. Then she said, I left. How many? There I go, 512. Share this video with your girlfriend. Share this video with your main man. Share it with your cousin, with your uncle. Share it with somebody close in your life. Jane Doe left, and Jane Doe testified on the stand, under oath, under direct examination by the Assistant U.S. Attorney from the Southern District of New York, Miss Maureen Comey. When I got home, I felt exhilarated. It was fun. It was taboo. It was sexy. It was crazy. That night opened up a Pandora's box. A door was open that I couldn't shut. After that night, 90% of the time, I slept with other men. I didn't want to. I only wanted to sleep with Puff. We didn't do it the next time, and I was agreeable. Puff always suggested it, and it kept happening. I told Puff in writing and verbally that I didn't want to have sex with other men. So Jane Doe testifies on the stand that now she's really only wanting to have sex with Puff, but he keep suggesting they do this escort thing, and she ain't with it no more. She really love him, but she only doing it because she want to please him. She want to make him happy. Same thing Cassie said when Cassie was up on the stand. So she went to Puff, and she was like, yo, Puff, check this out. I don't want to do this no more, man. You understand? I don't want to do this no more. You know, I don't want to do this no more. But she said she felt obligated to keep doing it. She kept doing it because she felt obligated to do it because Puffy was paying her rent. But then she said also that Puffy told her, cool, if you don't want to be with me no more, because she was saying like, I can't do this no more, I don't want to be with you no more, you know what I'm saying? Puffy said, cool. I'm going to pay your rent for 3 more months, and then that's it. You go your separate way. You go your separate way starting today. We ain't got to be together. I'm going to pay your rent for another 3 months, and then we done. We through. Because I'm not going to pay the rent for somebody that I'm not with. I'm not going to be paying your rent and me and you ain't together. That's what Puff told her. Who that right there with that super chat? Glenn Burton, thank you for that super chat. Shout out to Glenn. I ain't going to keep paying your rent and we ain't together. So cool, let's not be together. You go ahead, I'm going to go ahead, and I'm going to pay your rent for the next 3 months when we ain't together. But then on the 4th month, you on your own. When they said that, Puffy's lawyer jumped up and said, sidebar, 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 sidebar. Puffy lawyer jumped up and said that. I gotta watch my back down here because a lot of the other reporters and YouTubers, they don't like me down here. So I gotta watch my back. Yeah, I might have to get into it with somebody down here. I don't want to, but I will though. So they come back from the sidebar. So Puffy is paying Jane Doe's rent from April 2023 to September of 2024. Now they get into what's known, Cassie described them as freak-offs. Jane Doe describes them as hotel nights. And she says, I like to be beautiful for Puff. And Puff liked that I like being beautiful for him. And he liked me being beautiful. In 2021, she would get her nails done, go to the gym, get a tan, get her hair ready, all of that for Puff. Miss Comey, Assistant U.S. Attorney, asked her, what was your source of income during this time? She said, Puffy, and I'm getting child support. Her and Puffy moved into a house together, and Puffy wired her $20,000 to put some furniture in the crib. She called him and said, yo, we need some furniture. We ain't got no furniture. Puffy wired her $20,000. Go get some furniture. Then she said Puffy used to wire her $5,000, $10,000 just because. He give her $5,000, $10,000 just because. In 2021, one of Jane Doe's friends told her about doing OnlyFans. Jane Doe went to Puff and told Puff, I want to do OnlyFans. Puffy, he ain't like that. He was like, nah. He said, let's give it some time. But she said her friend made $4 million in a year doing OnlyFans. And she was gonna do, Jane Doe was gonna do OnlyFans, bikini, lingerie, and light nudity. And she wanted Puffy's approval. He was like, nah. The lease to the house that she was living in was in her name, and the rent to the house that she leased in 2021 was $10,000 a month. That was the rent. And she told the Assistant U.S. Attorney, I wanted a better living space to feel more comfortable. So she went and rented a place for $10,000 a month. $10,000. It's hot out here, y'all. I still look money though. Still look good though. Still look good though. And on these hotel nights, Cassie called them freak-offs. Jane Doe calls them hotel nights. She says they would do them in New York, Miami, and LA, and they would use 24 bottles of baby oil in one hotel night. This morning I came in, Jane Doe is back on the stand. She's recalling a time at the Waldorf in Los Angeles where she went 3 rounds with an escort, and she was high on ecstasy. And she said that Puffy gave her the ecstasy. She crying on the stand. She got a box of tissue right here, and all she doing is crying the whole time. Now, at this point, the assistant U.S. attorney is leading her in the questions and answers. Most likely, and we're going to probably find out on the cross-examination, that she probably met with the federal prosecutors this morning, yesterday, the day before, in order to prep her for her testimony. She's leading, I'm high on ecstasy. I did 3 rounds with this escort for 18 hours, and Puffy gave me the ecstasy. Puffy's attorneys jump up, say, sidebar, sidebar. Puffy lawyer jump up, say, sidebar. Let's slow this down. Now, after this particular hotel night, Jane Doe testified on the stand that after the escort left, her and Puff was hanging out, and she took it upon herself to make sure that Puffy was clean, that he was showered. She would cook food for him. She would give him a massage. She would put his favorite TV show on for him, and then she would cuddle with him.
I am not your mother.
She would cuddle with him. The prosecution pulled up some text messages and put them on the screen, but we can't see, being that she's testifying anonymously, we can't see none of the exhibits that they put up on the screen. Jane Doe texted Puffy some sexually explicit text messages. She texted him another text message saying that I wanted to have sex with someone else a lot. That was one of the text messages. She told Puff in the text message, I want to have sex with someone else a lot. The prosecutor asked her, well, why would you say that if you said you didn't want to do no more hotel nights? Jane Doe said, I wanted to turn Puffy on. But then right after that, she come back and say, but I didn't want to have sex with other men. On November the 9th, 2021, she texts Puff, I'm horny for you. Puffy texts her back, do you want to do the raccoon? Do you want to do the raccoon? You want to do the raccoon? Jane Doe then text Puffy again and said, I want to suck Paul's dick while you give me that strong stroke game. Jane Doe then texts Puffy again, that's all I'm supposed to have is sucking a hard dick while another dick is inside of me. I'm just telling you, man, this is in court. And the assistant U.S. attorney said those same words. Everybody in the court here. The assistant U.S. attorney said that you had other conversations with Puff about not wanting to do hotel nights. She's still crying with the tissue. September 23rd, 2023, Puffy's been paying her rent for 5 months. She felt obligated to continue to do the hotel nights because if she didn't, Puffy would take away the house. That's what she testified. New Year's Eve 2022, her and Puffy did a hotel night that lasted for 3 days. The shortest hotel night was 12 hours, but the average hotel night was 24 to 30 hours. She would need caffeine, water, ecstasy, and protein shakes in order to last with all of these hotel nights. She would use ecstasy, some pink powder called Tussie, Molly, weed, and cocaine, her and Puff together.
100%. That was my thought.
She said she never saw the male escorts taking drugs, and that her rule, my rule as Jane Doe, was that I never let the male escorts take drugs because I didn't want them to be out of control while they were on my body. She was asked, what does ecstasy do? You get a surge of sexual energy, you're turned on, and you're happy. What's up, man? She tried to do a hotel night without drugs with this dude named Paul, but she didn't like it because it was too real. And that she was tired of doing all the drugs in her body. So she tried to do one without getting high, but she ain't like it. But in the middle of it, she told Puffy, give me an ecstasy. And she took her ecstasy and finished with Paul. They had a sobriety party because Puffy decided he was going to get clean. Puffy didn't want to get high no more. So they was having this sobriety party. This was going to be the last time they was going to get high together. It lasted from 12 to 18 hours. One male escort showed up. Her and the male escort did their thing. The male escort left. Another male escort came. Her and the second male escort did their thing. He left. A third male escort came. And they did their thing. And she threw up. She felt repulsed and she regretted it. In 2023, she carried drugs. Now the prosecution is going to demonstrate the transportation of drugs. Jane Doe was in Los Angeles. She was on her way to Miami. Puffy called and said, yo, before you come, go by my crib and KK and my security is gonna give you some drugs. Go to my house in Beverly Hills. She went to the house. Security gave her a package. She put the package in her luggage. She checked her luggage at the Miami airport. She flew to Miami, got off the plane. Puffy picked her up, or the car service picked her up. They brought her to Puffy's crib. She took the drugs out of the luggage, gave the drugs to Puffy in his bathroom. This is the testimony. Puffy opened up the package and there was drugs in it. This is the level of detail that the assistant U.S. attorney, the prosecution, is walking her through, because the ladies and gentlemen of the jury were right here. She did that twice for Puff. Now, they start reaching out to entertainers. So, this is around 2021, 2022. Her and Puffy are watching porn, and they're watching this one specific dude on porn who's an entertainer. And it was, Jane Doe said it was my idea to reach out to the entertainer. So they reach out to this dude called Cabral Williams from Atlanta. His nickname was the Chef because in conversations with Jane Doe found out he liked to cook, and his porn name is Sly. She said that she felt like she couldn't get away. First, she said it was her idea to reach out to the entertainer, but then she came right back and said the prosecution led her into saying, well, I felt like I couldn't get away, so I figured I'd choose an entertainer instead of some strangers in the male escorts. So her and Puffy was watching Cabral, a couple of his porn videos back to back. And her and Puffy talked about the size of his jointski joint. Then Puffy asked her, do you want that dick? Jane Doe said, I sent Cabral a message on Instagram. I DM'd him, he responded. I texted him, I'm a fan of your work and that we should meet up one day. Then she FaceTimed with Cabral. Puffy was there. She FaceTimed with Cabral. They talked about sex. She's showing Cabral her kitty cat. Cabral showing her his jointski joint. And Puffy got the Instagram FaceTime on the phone and he playing it on the TV. He watching this. Puffy watching this. Jane Doe said, I made Cabral's arrangements for him to fly from Atlanta to LA. I booked Cabral's flight. I booked his flight. I made the arrangements. But the prosecution always come back and say, were you reimbursed? And she always say, yeah. Who reimbursed you? Sean. That's what she always say. When I met Cabral, he was really sweet. I had butterflies. He had butterflies. I was nervous, and he was cute and nervous. That was the first time that I was together with Cabral in LA. And before he came, I told Cabral I had a partner. He was like, cool. We met at the La Mertage in Beverly Hills. That's a hotel. I was in a lingerie outfit. I had baby oil on me. This is Jane Doe testifying. I was dancing. I was dancing for Cabral. I was doing foreplay. And then we had sex. And Puffy was masturbating. He was happy. And he was saying a lot of positive things. I saw Cabral many times. I, Jane Doe, invited him. I invited him. Then she come back, right back and say, I didn't want to, but it was safe. I met with him in LA, and then I met with him in New York at the Trump International. Puffy always used Trump brands. He patronizes Trump business. Jane Doe said, I paid for his ticket to come up here. Jane Doe, were you reimbursed? Yes. By who? Sean. That's what the prosecutor said. We paid Cabral anywhere from $2,000 to $4,000. Most of the times it was in cash. If we didn't have no cash, we sent him a cash out. The prosecutor said, whose cash was it? Sean. All right. So I got to go back inside, and there's another entertainer. Jane Doe contacts another entertainer, but I'm going to do that when I come out this afternoon. They're going to go to 5 o'clock. They're going to go to 5 o'clock. So I'll be out here around 5 o'clock, 5:15 right there. Put the bell on, hit the notification bell so you know when I go live. What you want from me, man? What you want from me, man? I'm just a YouTuber, man. That's it. That's all I do is YouTube. What you want from me, man? What you want from me, man? I just do YouTube, man. I just be chilling, man. All I do is chill. That's all I do. I just be chilling. I just be chilling. Peace.
All right, so we got a pretty good detailed breakdown with what he said, and I really appreciate what he said also, just for the fact that, we had a lot of people with, a lot of legalese speaking, and it just seemed like they weren't really, it was cool, but I just want to break up the flow of the conversation, flow of what everybody was talking about, add somebody a little more entertaining, a little more colorful to the conversation. So we got another dude, Good Logic. I don't know if you guys seen him. We got this guy, about to put him on the screen for you. Please hit the like, follow, and subscribe button. Here he goes right here. Let's get it cracking. Yeah, man. Yeah, that was definitely 50s BM. But that's what the streets are saying. That's what everybody's saying. So we're gonna go ahead and get this cracking. Hit like.
Scene of the Diddy trial. We are listening to the tragic tale of Jane, which is the pseudonym of the second of Diddy's girlfriends, testified that he sexually exploited them. I am Joe Neerman, aka Good Logic. I am in the Southern District of New York, sitting on those steps right now, a courthouse which I have practiced in personally. And I come here every day for the purposes of trying to provide you with a legal perspective of how the state is trying to press forward its charges against Sean Combs, aka Diddy, and the methods that the defense is employing to try and protect him from those very charges. For the last day or so, starting from yesterday afternoon and continuing into this morning, we've been hearing from Jane, which is the pseudonym of a girlfriend of Diddy from 2021 through 2024. The court has been very protective of her privacy and taking multiple steps, such as not allowing anyone but the jury and the counsel for both sides to see much of any of the evidence that's been presented so far, in a desperate effort to try and protect her anonymity, even though between you and me, many people in the viewing room seem to identify who she is, because she's not someone who is an unknown. And accordingly, a lot of people have speculated that they have identified who she is. I'm certainly not going to reveal that in the interest of trying to protect her privacy. I'm certainly not going to reveal that. But the testimony we've heard about from her story is eerily similar to the testimony we heard from Cassie Ventura about the development of a relationship which starts as a whirlwind romance, and a couple of months into that romance, after they get wined and dined and fall head over heels for Diddy, that he introduces them to the concept of a freak-off. Although when Jane talks about it, she doesn't call it a freak-off. Her reference to it is generally hotel nights. That's how they've been referring to it in the context of Jane's specific testimony. But for all intents and purposes, it's the same as what we heard freak-offs being with Cassie. The experience is marathon sexual encounters wherein Diddy would bring in an escort or some other stranger, sometimes a porn star, and she would perform involving extensive foreplay with tons of baby oil, and then after she would perform one encounter, another encounter, one session, two sessions, three sessions, she would alternatively go into a suite side room with Diddy, and they would engage in sex there. Both Cassie and Jana testified that the motivations for them engaging in this was they wanted alone time with Diddy. Now, I should say this, as far as how she's testifying, she seems completely sympathetic. Everything about her testimony, at least on direct so far, seems to ring very true. She seems heartbroken when she talks about the sexual encounters that she says she felt obligated to perform in order to please her partner. But therein lies the rub, which is a little bit of a difficulty for the state that we should anticipate that the defense is going to be bringing up a lot on cross. Specifically, that she repeatedly and routinely will refer to her partner, i.e. Sean Combs, that she felt obliged to perform to please her partner. And the notion of pleasing her partner seems to be a very important element to her motivation, which makes you question whether or not that will satisfy 18 U.S.C. 1591, which is the sex trafficking charge. I believe it's the third of the charges that is leveled against Diddy is for allegedly sex trafficking Jane. And the question is that really coercion if in fact she's not forced but makes a choice? The defense from opening arguments on has stated that it was her choice. Well, the state is trying to try and show it's not her choice by introducing two other factors with respect to Jane, specifically that he was getting her drugged up, that she had only taken drugs, ecstasy, twice in her life before she ever met Diddy. And as soon as they started even dating, well before the hotel nights were even introduced, Diddy started getting her involved with using ecstasy on a regular basis. Over a week-long period, she said she had used ecstasy 9 times, which was, and on the first day of that, it was the 3rd time she ever used it. Over the next week, she uses another 9 to 10 times. And that she had spent a week with him in Turks and Caicos and another 6 days in the Bahamas, and that during that time this girlfriend was involved in using X and Molly and pink powder that she wasn't sure what it was.
I'm gonna be honest right now, all right? While we've been hearing these discussions, everybody's pretty much coming out saying the same thing. That's why I kind of been just quiet, let things play out too. Everybody's saying this relationship with 50 Cent's BM allegedly, it sounds consensual. It sounds like, okay, the freak offs or like the freaky stuff, like you were still doing it. You didn't have to. He didn't hold you against your will. He just said, yo, if we're going to stop, then I'm not going to pay your bills. I'm not going to pay your rent. I'm not going to, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to take care of you. If you my girlfriend, this is what I require from you specifically. I got hoes, you know what I'm saying? Like I got other bitches like I fuck with. That's what it seemed like Diddy was saying, especially from the last guy who told her straight up, hey, I'm dating other women. If you want to date me, these are the things that I want from you, and these things I'm willing to provide for you in exchange. That happens. She says pretty much she's upset because that she was conflicted, that she wanted to stop the sex and the freak offs, but she didn't want to, or they call it the debauchery, but she didn't want to stop the lifestyle. And that was more of a conflict than actually an abuse angle. Diddy wanting to be a cuck and wanting to watch other men have sex with her, that's not a crime either, because that cuckoldry or whatever it's called, that is a common thing in the first place. So the only thing I'm really thinking about is is in terms of it kind of feeling like a drug mule in a way where, okay, some of these people are pretty much tying in the fact that he can be taking her, or people like KK, that's another person that was accused of taking drugs from state to state. So that's what I'm hearing, that it's kind of being a consensus that she could very well be somebody taking drugs state to state. So we're going to go ahead and play the rest of our brother right here speaking on Good legal advice right here.
Sometimes cocaine, and we start hearing about the litany of drugs that Diddy kept providing to her. Now, she talks about how she preferred using drugs when she was engaging in these encounters, certainly the later encounters. The initial encounter she looked at as being a sexually adventurous thing, and she talks glowingly about, you know, how that was, she felt like she was doing something good, sacrificing herself for her partner and making him happy. And then afterwards, she was really pleased with the fact that she thought she had done something for him that was relatively unique. Obviously, she knew nothing about his history with Cassie and how he similarly exploited her, at least according to Cassie's testimony. So she seemed very proud and pleased with herself that she stepped outside her normal boundaries to do that, and was unaware that 90 to 100% of the rest of her sexual encounters with Sean would be in the context of these hotel nights, at least according to her testimony. So one way that the state is likely trying to press on the fact that she was compelled and that 18 U.S.C. 15, that element of 18 U.S.C. 1591 has been satisfied, has been through the use of drugs. Another is through financial coercion. Diddy was taking care of her, put himself as far as taking care of her rent in a $10,000 a month apartment that he rented, that she took up in LA. She was living on the East Coast when she first met him. She flies out to LA, he puts her on a $10,000 a month rent, and he's covering those charges. That seems to be the extent of the compensation that she was getting from Diddy. And they try and paint him as being controlling. That at a certain point, she heard about some of her girlfriends who were making a great deal of money during the early halcyon days of OnlyFans. One model girlfriend of hers, she testified, gotten $4 million. She went to Diddy, said, hey, I'd like to do that. Not that she would engage in sexual encounters, which seemed to be de rigueur on OnlyFans, but that she would basically be doing bikini modeling and lingerie and things of that nature, and was hoping that she could make a great deal of money that way. But he said no. Well, why did you agree to go along with that? Well, I felt that it was important before I do something like that I get approval from my boyfriend. Is that financial coercion? I guess that's a jury question. I'd like you to weigh in the comments. Do you think that's financially coercive? Do you think that using the drugs makes it coercion? These are questions that the jury is certainly going to have to grapple with. Now, we should anticipate that during the balance of her testimony, we will start to hear about physical abuse from Diddy to Jane. We haven't heard about that yet. However, in opening statements, the state made reference to the fact that the most recent assault by Diddy of his girlfriend was a year ago. It was less than a year ago in 2024. So we should anticipate that we are going to hear her talk about physical violence, and that the state will try to use that as another element to show that she felt coerced into engaging into these hotel nights. But the struggle here is going to be real. It's going to be very difficult for the state to try and say that she's completely compulsive, that she's coerced and forced into these encounters, when in fact she's saying that she wants to please her partner, and she says it a lot, that she feels it's her duty, and she talks about him still lovingly. Well, an awful tragic story that we heard about before we got to lunch here was about her birthday in 2023, when Diddy was having her have sex with someone who was not one of the regular performers, and that she really didn't want to do it, and she felt like, it's my birthday, I don't want to be doing this. And then when she started asking for a condom, Diddy was standing behind this guy and gave her a look which she read to be him mouthing, don't you effing dare ask for a condom. But then he turns and hands a condom to the guy, and he ended up putting it on. But after he hands it to him, he walked away in disgust, as if he wasn't even going to bother watching, because he was upset about the idea that she wants him to use a condom. So the idea that the state wants us to take from her testimony is certainly that he's a monster, that he is a complete dirtbag, and he treats women like awful garbage. And it's hard to really come to any other conclusion. In fact, even the state's opening statements pretty much paint him as being a monster and an awful, terrible human being. The question ultimately comes down as to whether or not the state can convict him of these charges and convince a jury that these women had no free will to choose to say no, especially when so much of their testimony seems to play into the idea that they just wanted to earn time with Diddy and were willing to do anything to do it, including making these choices. It's a conclusion that a lot of people who are watching are drawing from their testimony. Not everyone. It really depends on who you ask. It'll be interesting to see if they can get 12 jurors to unanimously agree that these women were coerced. Again, we're still expecting a lot more direct testimony from Jane. She probably won't even finish her direct today. Maybe at the end of today she will, because they're lengthening out the testimony today. But we should expect that the cross-examination and redirect will go out through Monday and into Tuesday. That's certainly a likely possibility that's being anticipated by the courts. So that's what we have so far. The one charge that perhaps the state is doing better at is the RICO charges. They're trying to establish the predicate charges and the number of crimes that Diddy and his cohorts, meaning his staff in this context, have seemed to have stepped into, if not directly, have not directly committed. These various crimes include potentially forced labor, potentially you have bribery, you have the trafficking. In theory, if you come to the trafficking conclusion, there are a number of different crimes here. The drug trafficking, certainly there's a lot of drugs. We hear about how everyone's been testifying about how Diddy's supplying everyone with drugs, and that these drugs are being provided and brought to him by other people who work for him. And it's very possible right now that the RICO charges are looking like they're on a lot firmer ground than the trafficking charges, which at the start of this trial felt like they were the heart of this case. And in many ways, we can see how a jury might struggle with them, given the conflicting testimony that each of his girlfriends has presented so far. I'm Joe Neerman, aka Good Logic. I'm here every day presenting you with a breakdown of the legal perspective of how things are unfolding in this Diddy case. If that's your deal, I urge you to please like, share, subscribe.
Extremely weak. So weak that my concern is that it's going to water down even the stronger evidence that's there for Cassie. Now, here's why. One of the strongest pieces was this morning. There was audio that was played in the court, audio from one of their hotel nights. She calls them hotel nights. In Cassie's instance, they called it the free calls. And in the audio, you hear Jane basically saying that she wanted to use a condom. And Diddy is saying, "Oh, girl, you know you need to take that D. What you worried about a condom now?" was the gist. So, in other words, he's coercing her to be intimate with this male hooker without a condom. Yeah. Okay. That doesn't mean S trafficking, though. It says that doesn't mean S trafficking. S trafficking has to be using coercion or threats to force someone or to get someone to do something against their will. Here, honestly, what we've heard is that she really, really loves Diddy. I mean, this woman loves Diddy down. Do y'all know they were together up until the day of his arrest? She was not leaving this man. And what it really sounds like, y'all, is that she knew he had other girlfriends. She wanted to be the last woman standing. She continues to refer to him as my partner, my lover. She loved this man. And that her strategy was to be the last woman standing, and that he would then settle down with her perhaps one day. Now, how do you get there? You got to make all of his nasty little fantasies come true. And that's what she was focused on doing. I'm not seeing a level of coercion that in any way would bring this over to the S trafficking. Now, there's more days of testimony. We are just on the morning. So I'm just talking about what happened this morning. Hold on, let me read this. It says, "Hey, everyone." Yeah. And here's the other thing, y'all. Now, y'all were mad at me. I was live. I was really frustrated yesterday because, number one, I felt like the prosecution ended at a poor point. But you need to end on a strong point so that when the jury goes home and thinks about what they heard that day, they're like, "Oh, yeah, maybe we see something here." And instead, I felt like it was almost an insult to the jury to have this woman take the stand and say that basically she didn't want to work and that her sole sources of income were child support and an allowance of $10,000 a month from Diddy, and that made her feel coerced into doing what Diddy wanted. When you've got these hardworking people on the jury, we got a masseuse, we've got a deli worker, we've got a warehouse worker on the jury who don't make that in a whole month. And she's complaining about that. Now, there was also strong evidence that was supported. She reinforced the evidence of transportation for prostitution. They had her run down a list of the male hookers that she was intimate with, and she established that they lived in one city or would come to another. Basically, all they had to show is that transportation occurred, dealing with, hey, 2 different states. But at this point, it's like, girl, get a job. Why won't you just get a job if this is such a big deal? Specifically, y'all. So on cross, the defense is going to be able to get in and ask her, well, how much are you getting for child support? Like I said, I told y'all last night, I think she was getting between $7,000 and $12,000 a month for child support. She sure is. She is getting something around that $7,000 mark for child support. There's so many people on this jury who don't get anything near that and may not even make that per month. So in other words, she could have lived just fine on that child support, but didn't want to work. That doesn't bring it to coercion. It says, somebody said McDonald's can't pay for her lifestyle. That's true. But here's the thing. Here's some facts. Okay. I'm going to give you facts to bite on. I'm not going to call anybody no names today. We're going to deal with facts. And I want to hear in the chat below your thoughts of these facts. And here they are. I need you to know this timeline. She starts dating Diddy basically January of 21. They have a normal relationship, like February. She first meets him. Her birthday's in February. February, they have like the time of their lives. January, February, something around that time. And it wasn't until May of 21 that she has her first freak off hotel night. After that, the rest of the time, every other time with Diddy, she has a freak off. Now it's clear. Diddy apparently can't seem to calm. He can't seem to, calm without this freak off experience, which is its own level of weird. But factually, I want you got to know this timeline for the coercion. So in effect, she begins in May of 21 doing these freak offs. Diddy doesn't even give her a consistent allowance until until 23. It was in 23 that he agreed to sign her lease, pay her lease of the $10K a month. So for 2 years, you were doing these freak offs without any allowance. Yes, he was throwing her money here and there. But what she said on the stand, which I said, okay, I got to tell the jury. You guys are the jury. I got to tell them. This is what she said that I said, oh, I don't think this is going to go over well with the jury. Hold on. She said the reason she continued to do the freak offs was, quote, I can run him. All right. The reason she decided to continue, y'all hear this. She said, she writes to him telling him, I don't want to do these anymore. She says, I don't want to feel obligated to have these nights out of fear of losing the roof over my head. You guys. Somebody said, you sound crazy. Who sounds crazy? Me? She says, quote, I don't want to feel obligated to have these nights out of the fear of losing the roof over my head. Well, ma'am, there's a solution to this, honey. You got to get a job. You got to get a job. Somebody said, girl, stop. Yes. What about the trafficking that was proven in testimony? We're going to talk about that trafficking too. I'm going to get to that too. But right now, tell me, if this is the theory, she continued to say she felt like the only reason Diddy had her around and paid for her house was because he wanted her to participate in those freak offs. Here's the thing, that's not a crime. That very likely might be, sweetie pie, that might be why he had you around. But that's not a crime. And it doesn't go to coercion. And I think what it does is it creates more problems than good, in that now you're creating gray area. Because you probably already have a person or two or so forth on the jury who wasn't sure that they felt that Cassie fit the definition of as trafficking. And then now you got this person who's going to be comparing what Cassie went through with what this girl is talking about. Right now, he's not put his hands on her. He's not done anything other than encourage her. There were even one night on her birthday where he had her be with 3 separate men. And I don't want to say had, because he did not force her. She said she did these things to please her partner. I don't understand why she goes back if she hated it. After they broke up, she saw the Cassie video and stayed. Make it make sense. She did. Now, mind you, the Cassie video, though, did not come out until it was like April or May. I think it was May of 24. She had been with this guy since 21 and was with him until the day he was arrested in September of 14. I don't want to feel obligated to have these nights out of fear of losing the roof over my head. Ma'am, there's a solution for that. It's called a job. Yes, she was in love. Absolutely. Now, even if the fear. And I do believe she had a legitimate fear of losing her rent if she was not doing it. But it was because that was her boyfriend. That doesn't give rise.
I want to say this to the situation. I don't know how it's going to resonate with the jury, with the fact that you have a chick that's explaining that she had a lifestyle that was being taken care of by a dude around a bunch of working class people. Like, I don't know how much sympathy you're going to get out of that. Like she said, the providing of the gray area can be what can sway a jury in a case like this. So, bringing up his girlfriend, I don't think that was great by the the feds anyways, but this can go either way. Hit the chat.
And it certainly doesn't give rise to a RICO related event with the facts that we're seeing right now. It says, but the S trafficking aside, the testimony about the drugs, KK and the prostitution. Yes, that's true. So let's talk about the drug testimony. Because I thought, okay, they're probably putting her on the stand. We already know she was very helpful in laying out evidence to confirm the prostitution. Here's the challenge with her drug distribution evidence. And, I've said from the beginning, I felt like drug distribution was one of the things that they had good evidence of already, just by Cassie's testimony, the prior staff's testimony. The problem here is she said a key word that is problematic to the drug distribution with respect to a RICO. She said she had a rule, no drugs. In other words, hold on. It's New York City. We got noise, y'all. We got noise. Hold on. Sorry about that. So here's the problem. She said regarding the drug distribution, she had a rule that was no drugs, meaning the S workers that were there to service her and participate with her could not take drugs. You guys, this creates a strong counter argument for the defense that says, well, then these drugs were for personal use, because that meant the only people using them were you and Diddy, not the S workers. Do you follow me? You follow where that creates a hole? Yes, the prosecution can still say, yep, we have her testifying to the various drugs. She even testified to picking up a package for Diddy and bringing it to him in Miami that had a bunch of substances in it. So there's no doubt that she absolutely has provided additional drug distribution evidence. But the challenge is going to be, yeah, there you go. But the challenge is going to be when the defense is then saying, well, hold on, but that was just for you and Diddy. And wasn't it just the two of you that would use those at your hotel nights? He wasn't distributing them to the prostitutes and things like that. So there's counter arguments on both sides. But I think overall, the challenge is going to be the coercion. We're going to need to see more evidence. Now, there's more time. She's supposed to be on the stand for all of today, all the way till 5 o'clock. We're going late today. And she's going to be on the stand on Monday. But for right now, with what they have right now, they're kind of losing the jury. Because it's almost like we'll get to the part where it's gotten physical and things like that. Also, a lot of the physical, some people are saying, well, in opening, they talked about physical things. That's true. But from what I've reread, a lot of that physical stuff was actually going to be with respect to Gina, with respect to victim 3. So there may be physical stuff with her too. All I'm saying is that they haven't gotten to it yet. She is not the last witness for the prosecution. No. That's an excellent question. It's not, people don't understand. That's how attorneys provide legal analysis, literally. I don't see coercion from her. She's a 30-something woman with a bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, 19-year-old. I don't know what you're talking about there. Imagine that the government wanted Cassie to testify after Jane. That actually might have been stronger, honestly, if Cassie could come after Jane. But I see why they led with Cassie, because Cassie's videotape really set the scene for the other things. And something else that came to my mind as I was looking at the prosecution and how it's all those ladies. I talked with some friends that I have that are U.S. attorneys, across the nation. And here's the thing. I think I know now why there's not a man on that legal team. Because if this is kind of the height of the evidence that they got for the S trafficking with respect to Jane, it's not going to fly. It is very unusual to have an entire legal team of 6 people in federal court, and not one man is on that. That's suspicious. In the words of Cardi B, that's suspicious. And I wouldn't be surprised. Gina already testified. No, guys. No, Gina hasn't testified. I wouldn't be surprised if there were men who were considering, work, and they were like, hey, do you want to join the team? And they looked over the facts. They were like, no, thank you. I don't want to touch it. I've heard multiple guys who were like, I don't want to touch it. It says she was getting the bag from Old Boy and was traveling around the world making content. That's my boo. Hello. Look who we got. Looking like $1 million as always. You do. You always look like a drug dealer. You do. He looks like a drug dealer going to court today. Did you hear this morning? Yeah. What do you think so far? I feel like come over. Uh-huh. Not yet. I'll pay you in liquor. This is Make It Make Sense, y'all. This is Mims. Here, let me see if I can undo it. Oh no! You can't hear him. Okay, it's okay, but
Emotional. The jury kind of.
I will give you
No, I felt like she was a very sympathetic witness today. I felt like as soon as she told the story and conveyed it in a way that was truly emotional, the jury kind of perked up.
Okay. Do you feel like you're starting to see coercion?
I felt like I saw coercion day one.
Oh, okay. What was the coercion for you?
It was having to get her high in order to even broach the topic of having a hotel room.
Okay.
Did you see that in there?
I see that. I think the problem is she was saying she was doing this because she felt obligated to keep a roof over her head.
Mm-hmm.
That's the argument that I think these jurors are going to have to struggle with. Because she's getting around $7,000 a month in child support, even without anything else. That hasn't come out in court yet, but will.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. All right. Bye, guys. All right. Yeah, somebody said, yeah, it's both. Yeah. I think it could be coercion or the other. Just like 2 minutes. Yeah. All right. It says these people wanted it to be low-key. Question on Mims. Yeah, he's very handsome. Yeah, so she's getting around $17,000 a month and is concerned. So the Fed's actually looking for Gina. I don't know. Hey, how you doing? I think at this point, though, you don't want to call a witness who doesn't want to be up there because they could do so much damage to your case. So I think the prosecution is going easy on him. Oh, wow. Said that's less than what some people receive in Social Security a year. What, the 17? Yeah, even the 7,000. It looks like a podcast. Yeah. So she's getting around $7K for child support. And then separately from Diddy, she was getting an allowance of $10,000. She was getting that all the way down. So, okay, so some people are saying that they feel like him giving her drugs to make her then agree and consent to the FOs, you feel like is going down that route of coercion. I don't think she will do emotionally well on cross. Cross is going to be hard. I think cross is going to be difficult for her because it's going to be very emotional. They're going to pull out, difficult facts in her life. And let's just be honest, I feel terrible for the girl in that her life is forever changed. She's more than likely going to lose custody because her, baby dad is probably going to go to the courts and say she can't pick a good man, she can't raise a good man. And then on cross, listen, I think on cross, I wouldn't be surprised if one of the first things they do on cross is, so periodically she's been crying. I don't think they're fake tears. They are real tears. Because this is the most traumatic thing she's probably ever going to experience. But on cross, I could definitely see that. So, wait, on direct, the prosecution has told her like various times, like, hey, do you need a moment or can you keep going? And she's like, it's fine. I can keep going. Gotcha. Shoot. If I was the defense on cross, I'd start off by saying, all right, now are you okay with continuing to go? Are you okay with that? And if she's gonna say yeah, they're like, well, I want to just say Because previously you said that, you know, with Diddy, you tell him you were okay with things, and then later you say that you regret it and you weren't okay. And I just want to make sure that here, with this testimony you're about to give, that if I start asking you questions and then you say you're okay to move forward, I don't want you later to be like, well, they pressured me into giving these answers. You see what I'm saying? Because throughout it, she's never, sorry, I won't say never. She communicates regret after the fact. And he's had her do some low, down, dirty things. And he is using substances to have her engage in these. In fact, she told an example of how they tried to have a sobriety night. Twice she tried to do it sober. And it was just such a disgusting experience. The first time she actually puked because it was, she said she needed the substances to get her mind in a place where she felt like she could do it. So, yeah, I also think the defense is going to probably delve into whether or not she's here to create a narrative for her child custody case, given that she's articulated child support is her sole source of income. Because you have to remember, with the jury, you know, you start with leaning towards reasonable doubt. And the more relatable a witness is, the more credible the witness feels. So if the jurors have difficulty relating to someone who says, in effect, these are threesomes, right? In effect, I had drug-fueled threesomes with my boyfriend because he was willing to pay my bills. They may not see that in the same way they would see what happened with Cassie, that he was holding a record deal over her head, and etc. However, what I am anticipating and what I'm looking for is that perhaps we're going to hear some testimony of blackmail, of him using the tapes from these freak-offs and threatening to release them to her baby daddy or anyone else that could potentially impact her custody. The only thing about that is she continued to be his girlfriend. She continued to be his girlfriend all the way to the end. So it's going to be interesting to see how that goes. So I'm going to head on back up to the courtroom. Drop your questions below. I'm going to do another recap after court today. Bye, guys. Hit that subscribe, hit that like.
What in these YouTube streets, y'all, Jane Doe has done it. Jane Doe has done the damn thing with Diddy, and she did what Cassie couldn't do. First of all, Diddy's out of his mind, and I'm not talking about the weird stuff he's into. Diddy is out of his mind, but Jane Doe has broken off. And what could be a landmark? She outlined how she did not have any control over her autonomy, any control over her body, the way Diddy used her. All I do want to know is with Jane Doe, we're going to call her Jeannie. All we do know with Jane Doe is the fact that Diddy was getting a bargain. Can somebody explain to me how the SMEX workers were getting paid better than the girlfriends? The SMEX, and I use.
This is going to be interesting because it looks like this is around the time that 50 found out about the freak-offs with her. Let's look. 50 Cent, Daphne, Joy. Okay, here we go. Remember, he had sued her. He dropped it, though. Now, her post came after I think she was calling him. Well, no, 50 was calling Diddy, and really specifically Daphne. She called Daphne a little sex worker. Okay. Back in the game, people. The judge says, do you have evidence if these people are in the courtroom or in the overflow room? Jane says, so the lawyer for Jane Doe says, if we had found that, we'd have asked for them to be banned. So this is for all the people who think academics could get in trouble. I ain't at court. Now, here's the thing. I might do enough fuckery that when I do want to show up to court, because I do plan to show up, okay? Big Act want to show up to that courtroom. They might say, hey, this person has mentioned the names of all of our secret witnesses. Okay. And probably deny me access. But if you're not in that courtroom, you're not bound by any laws. You have a First Amendment right to freedom of speech. You don't have to do what they want you to do. Okay. Jane's counsel says if someone published her license, it would violate your order. Somebody said, send me what you can. I'll consider it even over the break. By the way, they also said, the judge says, make an ex parte filing, and I'll ask the marshals to investigate. So the U.S. Marshals will be investigating if anybody in that courtroom has mentioned 50 Cent, has mentioned 50 Cent's baby mom, and that could be an issue, okay?
And then now you got this person who's going to be comparing what Cassie went through with what this girl is talking about. Right now, he's not put his hands on her. He's not done anything other than encourage her. There were even one night on her birthday where he had her be with 3 separate men. And I don't want to say had, because he did not force her. She said she did these things to please her partner. I don't understand why she goes back if she hated it. After they broke up, she saw the Cassie video and stayed. Make it make sense. She did. Now, mind you, the Cassie video, though, did not come out until it was like April or May. I think it was May of 24. She had been with this guy since 21 and was with him until the day he was arrested in September of 14. I just don't want to feel obligated to have these nights out of fear of losing the roof over my head. Ma'am, there's a solution for that. It's called a job. Yes, she was in love. Absolutely. Now, even if the fear, and I do believe she had a legitimate fear of losing her rent if she was not doing it, but it was because that was her boyfriend. That doesn't give rise, and it certainly doesn't give rise to a RICO related event with the facts that we're seeing right now. It says, but the S trafficking aside, the testimony about the drugs, KK and the prostitution. Yes, that's true. So let's talk about the drug testimony. Because I thought, okay, they're probably putting her on the stand. We already know she was very helpful in laying out evidence to confirm the prostitution. Here's the challenge with her drug distribution evidence. And, I've said from the beginning, I felt like drug distribution was one of the things that they had good evidence of already, just by Cassie's testimony, the prior staff's testimony. The problem here is she said a key word that is problematic to the drug distribution with respect to a RICO. She said she had a rule, no drugs. In other words, hold on. It's New York City. We got noise, y'all. We got noise. Hold on. Sorry about that. So here's the problem. She said regarding the drug distribution, she had a rule that was no drugs, meaning the S workers that were there to service her and participate with her could not take drugs. You guys, this creates a strong counter argument for the defense that says, well, then these drugs were for personal use, because that meant the only people using them were you and Diddy, not the S workers. Do you follow me? You follow where that creates a hole? Yes, the prosecution can still say, yep, we have her testifying to the various drugs. She even testified to picking up a package for Diddy and bringing it to him in Miami that had a bunch of substances in it. So there's no doubt that she absolutely has provided additional drug distribution evidence. But the challenge is going to be, there you go. But the challenge is going to be when the defense is then saying, well, hold on, but that was just for you and Diddy. And wasn't it just the two of you that would use those at your hotel nights? He wasn't distributing them to the prostitutes and things like that. So there's counter arguments on both sides. But I think overall, the challenge is going to be the coercion. We're going to need to see more evidence. Now, there's more time. She's supposed to be on the stand for all of today, all the way till 5 o'clock. We're going late today. And she's going to be on the stand on Monday. But for right now, with what they have right now, they're kind of losing the jury. Because it's almost like, we'll get to the part where it's gotten physical and things like that. Also, a lot of the physical, some people are saying, well, in opening, they talked about physical things. That's true. But from what I've reread, a lot of that physical stuff was actually going to be with respect to Gina, with respect to victim 3. So there may be physical stuff with her too. All I'm saying is that they haven't gotten to it yet. She is not the last witness for the prosecution. No. That's an excellent question. It's not, people don't understand. That's how attorneys provide legal analysis, literally. I don't see coercion from her. She's a 30-something woman with a bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, 19-year-old. I don't know what you're talking about there. Imagine that the government wanted Cassie to testify after Jane. Oh, that actually might have been stronger, honestly, if Cassie could come after Jane. But I see why they led with Cassie, because Cassie's videotape really set the scene for the other things. Y'all, and something else that came to my mind as I was looking at the prosecution and how it's all those ladies. I've talked with some friends that I have that are U.S. attorneys, across the nation. And here's the thing. I think I know now why there's not a man on that legal team. Because if this is kind of the height of the evidence that they got for the S trafficking with respect to Jane, it's not going to fly. It is very unusual to have an entire legal team of 6 people in federal court, and not one man is on that. That's suspicious. In the words of Cardi B, that's suspicious. And I wouldn't be surprised. Gina already testified. No, guys. No, Gina hasn't testified. I wouldn't be surprised if there were men who were considering, work, and they were like, hey, do you want to join the team? And they looked over the facts. They were like, no, thank you. I don't want to touch it. I've heard multiple guys who were like, I don't want to touch it. It says she was getting the bag from Old Boy and was traveling around the world making content. That's my boo. Hello. Look who we got. Looking like $1 million as always.
Is that Shorty low reincarnated? What the fuck?
Okay, it's okay, but overall.
She told the story and conveyed it in a way that was truly emotional. The jury kind of perked up.
Okay. Do you feel like you're starting to see coercion?
I feel like I saw coercion day one.
Oh, okay. What was the coercion for you?
It was having to get her high in order to even broach the topic of having a hotel.
Okay.
Did you see that in there?
I see that. I think the problem is she was saying she was doing this because she felt obligated to keep a roof over her head.
Mm-hmm.
That's the argument that I think these jurors are going to have to struggle with. Because she's getting around $7,000 on her child support, even without anything else. That hasn't come out in court yet, but will.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. All right. Bye, guys. All right. Yeah, somebody said, yeah, it's both. Wow. Said that's less than what some people receive in Social Security a year. What, the 17? Yeah, even the 7,000. It looks like a podcast. Yeah. So she's getting around $7K for child support. And then separately from Diddy, she was getting an allowance of $10,000. She was getting that all the way down. So, okay, so some people are saying that they feel like him giving her drugs to make her then agree and consent to the FOs, you feel like is going down that route of coercion. It says, I don't think she will do emotionally well on cross. Cross is gonna be hard. I think cross is gonna be difficult for her because it's gonna be very emotional. They're gonna pull out, difficult facts in her life. And let's just be honest, I feel terrible for the girl in that her life is forever changed. She's more than likely gonna lose custody because her, baby dad is probably gonna go to the courts and say she can't pick a good man, she can't raise a good man. And then on cross, listen, I think—
No, that's a valid point. So it's not even about picking a good man. She's now testified under oath that she's been addicted or she's taken all these drugs. In family court, when you're arguing for custody, it is very important. That person's a drug abuser. That person's a drug addict. They take illicit, illegal drugs. They shouldn't be around our child when they're high off ketamine. So that's important. 50 has a case here.
On cross, I wouldn't be surprised if one of the first things they do on cross is, so periodically she's been crying. I don't think they're fake tears. They are real tears. Because this is the most traumatic thing she's probably ever going to experience. But on cross, I could definitely see that. So wait, on direct, the prosecution has told her like various times, like, hey, do you need a moment or can you keep going? And she's like, it's fine. I can keep going. Gotcha. Shoot. If I was the defense on cross, I'd start off by saying, all right, now are you okay with continuing to go? Are you okay with that? And if she's gonna say yeah, they're like, well, I want to just check because previously you said that, with Diddy, you tell him you were okay with things, and then later you say that you regret it and you weren't okay. And I just want to make sure that here, with this testimony you're about to give, that if I start asking you questions And then you say you're okay to move forward, I don't want you later to be like, well, they pressured me into giving these answers. You see what I'm saying? Because throughout it, she's never, sorry, I won't say never. She communicates regret after the fact. And he's had her do some low, down, dirty things. And he is using some.
So we found Mia was Sarah Sneedicker. She and Diddy was executive producing a show about her life. Google it, everyone. Yeah, she gonna get me together. Also, Sarah Sneedicker. Sports Talk Highlights and more said, y'all make sure you follow Sports Talk Highlights and more. Said we found Mia was Sarah Sneedicker. She and Diddy was executive producing a show about her life. Google it, everyone. Let me just say this, right?
Y'all want to give a shout out to Judge Subramanian. Judge, I've been following this case since the beginning. You know that. Maybe you don't know, but I have. And I think you're doing a fair job. I think you're fair. I think you do not favor the prosecution, nor do I think you favor the defense. I think you calling this case right down the middle. And I want to say this, man, that, and this is to you, Judge, man, I would never do nothing, man, to subvert justice. Enter any kind of nonsense in this case. I know this is a very, very serious case for all the parties involved, and I would never do that, intentionally try to do that. But from what I'm hearing, some people have approached you about me. This particular girl right here, whereas you can see on her YouTube channel, out of her mouth, she is the one who discloses who Mia is. This is 6 days ago. Today is June the 4th, 2025. Today is a Wednesday. I think it's a Wednesday, June the 4th, 2025. She discloses who Mia is. This is over a week ago. I heard they've gone to you and told you that I have deliberately disclosed who Mia's is, her real name, and that is not true. And I just wanted to tell you that. I just wanted to tell you that. And if I ever had the opportunity to meet you one-on-one, man-to-man, I would tell you that man-to-man. I wouldn't even use this kind of medium. This ain't even me. But this is the only way that I can get this message to you. And this is what I guess everybody else is watching and showing you about me and who I am and what I'm doing. So this is the medium that I know they're going to take this and they're going to show it to you. So I know you're going to see it. And in no way, man, would I ever try to like cheapen this trial, you know what I'm saying, or do anything to circumvent justice and violate your court order. And I want you to know that. You know, to this girl right here, and the two girls, one girl is from ABC, one girl is from CBS, I think, two black girls. This girl, I don't know what she is. She may be black. I don't know. You listen to her, you don't even really know. Let me show y'all something, man. See? You see that right there? Look at that. Look at that. That's Morris Brown College in Atlanta, Georgia. historically black college, bachelor's of science degree in accounting. Stay right there, don't move, I ain't finished. See that right there? That's my master's degree. New Jersey Institute of Technology down there in Newark. 3.28 grades point average, graduated with honors, cum laude. What I have done in this Puffy trial has been nothing short of magnificent. You two girls, one from ABC, one from CBS. Y'all are supposed to be professional journalists. Maybe you went to journalism school, I don't know. I don't even know you. People are just coming up telling me. One of y'all went to one of the marshals and said, why is he even in here? The hip hop guy. Let me tell you why I'm in there. Number one, because I'm a United States citizen. I'm a member of the public. I'm a United States citizen in good standing. I'm not on parole, not on probation. Gainfully employed taxpayer of the United States for 56 years. My mother was born here, my father was born here. I'm from here. Are you? That's why I'm down there. And what I'm doing to both of y'all and to this ugly ass girl right here is I'm schooling y'all, taking y'all to school on how journalism really supposed to go down. Go look in my comment section, and I know y'all already been down there. Everybody in my comment section saying, Sean, man, you the only one reporting this thing unbiased, straight down the middle. You the only one that's telling it like it is. I appreciate you. Sean, why are the other reporters not reporting what you reporting? When all of y'all in the same courtroom with me, y'all see me down there every day looking good how I look. Look at how I look right now. See, I'm an independent content creator. I'm an independent journalist. I'm an independent YouTuber. I ain't got no boss. You, both of y'all, got bosses, and they tell you what to say and when to say it. And when they do, you do it because you don't own yourself. You know what I'm saying? Somebody own you. You get a check from them. I eat what I kill. You understand? And I built this YouTube channel. This is my second one. And I'm closing in on 200 million views, almost 1/5 of a billion views around the world. Sean G already known. I've been money before the Puffy trial. I've been fly before the Puffy trial. Y'all see me every day. Y'all see me down there in that courtroom every day. You have a chance to talk to me or say whatever it is you need to say to me. You can say it right to my grip, but you choose not. You want to run to the marshals and tell them. You understand? Just like Steven from Django. Just like Steven from Django. That's who you are. And this girl,
was Sarah Sneedicker. She and Diddy was executive producing a show about her life, Googling everyone.
I'm standing in the line the other morning, Monday morning, June 2nd. I'm minding my business. I done seen her down there on her page telling lies, hypothesizing, speaking from emotional and personal feeling, coming out of the courtroom, giving her interpretation of what she heard that is the furthest thing from what I heard, and I'm in the same courtroom as her. I'm standing in line minding my business. She comes over to me. This girl.
Like some more. So we found Mia was Sarah Sneedicker. She and Diddy was executive.
She is the one who disclosed that girl's name. Last week, way before she went and told y'all that I did, she did it first. She came over to me. She's speaking to everybody. Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning. How you doing? Good morning. Shut your ass up. She came over to me. I'm standing in line. I'm chilling like Matt Dillon, ain't robbing, ain't stealing, looking good like how I do. But I hadn't had my coffee yet. And she asked me, well, what do you think about the trial so far? And I looked at her, I said, man, look, I'm watching the same case you watching. And she was kind of taken aback, I guess, by what I told her. Then she slid off and went on to the back of the line. And I guess because I didn't jump on her bandwagon or whatever she promoting, she went and told them people, oh, this and that, you know. Look, baby girl, you beneath me. The girl from CBS and the girl from ABC, all three of y'all are beneath me. You understand? I'm schooling y'all. See, this is elite level journalism, what I'm doing, right? This is straight up and down like 6 o'clock. I'm reporting the facts. Whether it's a point for Puffy or a point taken away for Puffy. If it's a point for the government or a point taken away from the government, I just tell it like it is, because don't nobody own me. See, what y'all do, y'all doing that Dollar Tree journalism, that welfare journalism, huh? Check me out. That gas station back there by the brake fluid journalism. I'm elite level. Y'all can't fuck with me. You are beneath me. I look better than y'all. My vocabulary is better than y'all. I pronounce my words better than you. My enunciation of the syllables of the words that I speak is better than you. I look better than you. Everything about me is better than you. You would have done yourself a better service by coming over to me saying, Sean, man, can you help me do what you do? And I would have told you, say, baby, I ain't gonna be able to do it. See, I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a man amongst men. I'm independent. I do what I want. I say what I say. You can't do that because you work for the boss man. You work for the boss man. You work for Mr. Bowdown. When he tell you to plow that mule, you plow that mule. See, I got my own plantation. I do what I want. Don't ever come from me. I'm the wrong guy. I'm the wrong guy. I've been doing this too long and too.
Okay. Look like they're still in break. Are they still in break? Give me 1 second. Chat. Let's see. Yeah, they're still in break. Wow. Now, chat, I will tell you. I am going to have to call the stream. I got about 20 minutes left before I got to call the stream. If you watched on Rumble or Kick, y'all do know why. If you watched on Rumble and Kick during the intro, you do know why. But I can't, and I think they're about to wrap for the day anyway, even though supposedly they're going till 5. I'm surprised they're going till 5 on a Friday with the jury. Remember, their whole thing is not to burn the jury out. But if you know, you know. I got to go do a few things. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was reading donations before. My bad. Such a bad streamer. Such a bad streamer. Okay. Ignacio, thank you for the 5. It says the Tisa Tells chick name drop Jane Doe. Okay, I don't give a fuck. 0, thank you for the $1. Teflon, thank you for the 5. He says he's been charged. Okay, so he's answering the question I asked earlier. He says, yeah, Diddy's being charged with running game. Isn't it? That's why they coming at the Tate brothers for running game. Basically, remember, all these women now are like, oh my God. Like, they're testifying to say in the moment, I wanted to do this to please him. They were trying to please him to get to a particular place in his life. And then they were oftentimes disappointed or upset when they saw him with other women. What is 50's baby mom saying? Yo, I did these free calls for you to spend your quality time. Remember, she would admit, my satisfaction of the free calls was when I got alone time and special time with him. Now they're admitting, yo, we did these free calls for you to go spend time with another woman. What's going on? They feel mad. They feel tricked, bamboozled. But it's not bamboozled in terms of sex trafficking. It's bamboozled like, yo, like, I thought you were my guy. Captain Hart, thinking for 5. It says, yo, yes, he is. I feel there's some higher up shit more than the RICO. Okay. Philly Kid 5 on 12 says, yo, Diddy had him all greased up like a scene from Belly. Lady Shan says, do you think we're going to hear about Diddy being penetrated? I don't know. Maybe. It's tough for me to make an opinion on that because I would say maybe he didn't do, if Diddy ever got penetrated by the penis, maybe he was also like, I'm not going to get penetrated around my woman. Because again, of course, that's the epitome of emasculation. Diddy always wanted to be in control, be respected. If your girl watch you get fucked in the ass, it's like, yo, come on now, bro. But maybe it wasn't that at all. I don't know.
I'm off. Okay, bet. All right, man. I'm gonna go ahead and sign up out of here. We did a good 4 hours. Good 4 hours and 36 minutes in the stream. We got 121 live viewers. Actually, 100. Oh man, don't do this to me. We got 122 live viewers. Matter of fact, I think I'm gonna keep streaming. So we're gonna go to the 5 hour mark. Fuck it. Just because we got 122 people live viewing, we got 118 on X right now. We're gonna keep going. So let me go back and put this back on the screen. Keep it moving. Here we go. Got Act breaking it down.
Hugh Views says, yo, Diddy was playing around with the nut like it was finger paint. That's facts. L Digital says, Jada and Will, T.I. and Tiny, even the kings of old used to have weird relations. By the way, all these people that we're hearing about, we would imagine they get mad. Huh? No Name says, Ack, is the girl who works at T-Mobile Elena? You follow a girl I was messing around with who works at T-Mobile. I need to know. Bro, you sounding crazy tender right now. Like you sound like her man. You know she got a man, right? It's not Elena. I don't know who Elena. Do I follow somebody named Elena? It's not Elena though. And I'm glad y'all don't know who it is, because I don't want y'all to be weird. Elena. Who the fuck do I follow named Elena? This person, I follow somebody named Elena Black. Is that what you're talking about? Why? It's not because Diddy wanted to. And Diddy brought the other girl to that place in Turks. Not Turks, the country. So just not generally the country. LSTN Solutions. Somebody says Young Miami will never tell the truth. And that's why this is the catch-22 about it all. I think Young Miami fucked up Diddy's operation. He treated her different. She wasn't going for certain shit. Other women realized, let me tell you this. I ain't gonna lie to you. I felt like, let me not use me. But I know this is true for men. let me tell you this. If I see a nigga dog you out, or men usually treat women like you've allowed or dictate other women to treat you, if that makes sense. Or you've allowed other men to treat you. So put it like this. If you've let a nigga just hit you up all the time at 3 a.m., fuck you, never hang out with you, don't bring you on dates, don't do this, don't do that, got other hoes, when another dude gets with you, most likely he's not going to be like, oh, I'm going to be different. He's going to be like, well, you allow that nigga to do that, I'm going to do it too. What I believe, and this is my theory, that with Young Miami, they start seeing a different side of Diddy. Why? It's not because Diddy wanted to. Diddy couldn't move that way with like a hood bitch from Broward County. So, or not Broward County, I think it's Dade County, Miami-Dade. And I think the woman felt a certain type of way. It's the same way how I think they all got mad when they saw Diddy was probably gaslighting all of them why he doesn't have a kid with them. Then they see Diddy pop up with a kid. And they probably feel enraged. Like, what the fuck? This nigga told me he wasn't going to do kids. Now you got a kid? Exactly. So if you ask me, Young Miami fucked up the whole thing. But when you say she won't tell her truth, I agree. I think if Diddy was fucking with a bunch of Young Miamis, this doesn't happen. A girl like Young Miami, you could piss on her, shit on her, do anything to her. She's not going to go to the police and she's not going to be on the stand crying. If anything, those are the type of women that would be like, fuck that, I gotta, like, yo, I'm getting a bag. Like, you know, those are the type of women like that. Like, whatever Diddy wanted her to do, she could justify by saying she was getting a bag. These other women, and again, I think she did like Diddy, Young Miami, but I don't think, you see the way these other girls were thinking about Diddy? They wanted Diddy to be their end all, be all, and their man. I think Young Miami was just there to tap them pockets. Get her Maybach, get her this, get her that. That's it. You get what I'm saying? So Young Miami understood the game more than these other. Everything we're hearing from all the victims, they're all seeking love. Cassie and Daphne Joy basically said, we fucked multiple men and we were okay with doing it at first. As long as at the end of the night, we fucked the man we wanted. They were getting fucked by multiple men. And they did it under the guise of, I'm trying to fuck Diddy at the end of the night. I just want Diddy. Young Miami ain't doing that. Young Miami from the, if he cheating, I'm doing him worse era. Them type of chicks, they're headaches. Now, they ain't gonna go to the cops on you, but you're not going to get them to get down with some of the program that Diddy wanted. The type of program Diddy wanted was always going to erupt because it's only the Gina Hughes, the Cassies, and the Daphne Joys of this world that's going to let it happen. Anyway. Daniel, thank you for what's DKK? What type of currency is that? It's a Loki. This is 4D chess moved by 50 to get full custody of their child. This baby mom is crazy as fuck. Talents 860 says she defended Diddy online, then testified wholly. That's going to be on Cross. They're going to rip her a new one. How do you say or allude to Diddy being in cuffs for no reason or for nothing and then testify against him? Jermaine says, stop the cap. Some of y'all don't make $3K a month. Y'all signing up for the $10K a month rent money package. You guys be the judge. Daniel says 50 Instagram is awfully quiet all of a sudden. Said many men going crazy about Fifth right now. I think 50 got to play this interesting. Remember, at the end of the day, it's his baby moms. It's his baby moms. Everything 50 is going to post about her currently he has to think about court. Captain Hart says, we haven't heard any physical abuse yet, like Cassie. We're going to hear it. That's what I'm saying. Direct ain't over yet. It's still going on now, but it's going to go on until Monday. Drain Master says, you got to do a live with Unc. You could help get his numbers up. He's funny, too. Now, I know he's incredibly funny. Deanna M., thank you for becoming a new member. I love you, girl. Jay Cardi, thank you for the 10. Says, listen to Unc last video. He rips Tisa Tells. We did that already. The old man's den says, yo, Diddler sent the Punisher to tickle that butt, huh? Act? What? And then he says, yo, where is DJ Thick with the wide hips chat? Wait, is that when I stepped out? Why you call me thick? Pause. Reality Beast, thank you for the 20. He says, 50 got a baddie pregnant. Got proof she's an unfit mom. Now instead of having to listen to her, she has to listen to him. Impossible pay him child support and try to fuck him for money. That's a win in my book. She ain't gonna pay him child support. She doesn't have a job. She has no income. Jerquest Huey says Diddy's mom used to snoo in front of him when he was a kid. What do you mean snoo? What's that? That's why he's doing this, because he's traumatized. Kendrick Centurion says another L for New York. Y'all the new Atlanta. Lady Shan, thank you for the 2, says, Ack, if I see you with the drink today, it's gonna be me and you. Did you see me with the drink? Jay Cardi, thank you for the 5. We watched that video about Unk and Tisa. Okay. Let me go over to the Academy. We should have a couple tweets built up. Here we go. Wow, 31 new members. Holy. 9 Break, thank you for the 10. Says, who would have thought Barter 6 would end up being better than the Carter 6? Sad times. Y'all don't fuck with that Carter 6? Anthony Arnold, thank you for the 5 gifted. Eyes of the Ace, thank you for the 2. Says, she says Diddy likes to play in it. Yeah, playing the semen. Understand. Yorio says, Ack, please explain the Kendrick shit for the Carter album. You had me excited for nothing. Okay, maybe I was drunk or something. I was reading from like a blog. I should have put it on the screen because people think that I was being a real source. I don't know what's going on with Wayne, and if I did know what's going on with Wayne, I would have told y'all that most times when I'm leaking shit, it comes from their label or their management. So yeah, I think I said the high Kendrick shit because I seen Drake, Nicki, and Wayne that was supposed to be on the song. Clearly that was wrong. Drake and Nicki's not featured on the album, okay? Super Scorpio 12, thank you for the 5. It says, W stream Cardi, let a real one treat you right. Put a ring back on that finger. What? Emmanuel Doe, thank you for the 5 Canadian, says, this trial with Diddy, if he's convicted, will signify the end of hip-hop pimping and hoe era that lasted the last 30 years. Okay. 10 Screw, thank you for the 2. It says, yo, she was with Jason Derulo. Oh, yeah. Daphne Joe was with Jason Derulo before Diddy. Tim D. Barber says, breaking news. This is a prosecution's last witness. I don't think so. No, it's no way. It's no way. They got to bring up a couple experts. I think KK got to take the stand or something of the sort, okay? Legendary, thank you for the 5. It says, the Act impersonator, the trial, made a video going in on you. His channel is, come on. Who cares? Stephen Kienzler, thank you for the 2. It says, her and Cassie look alike. Dreamlit Beast, thank you for the 5. It says, sup, bro? Murder everybody. Yo, Dot as well. What? That's Wayne on Carter 6. Shit. Are we getting the popcorn or nah? Weezy can take him. No, we can't. No, we can't. I like Wayne, but Wayne can't handle him. No. Rico Story, thank you for the 5. So you have to hit Wayne's team and find out what happened with his with this album. I'm heartbroken. See, I don't like it. I hit his team and figure it out. Black Investor, he says, am I the only one that purchased the Diddy meme coin? Probably, but thank you for being a member for 7 months. Double G, Double N, thank you for the 10 gifted membership.
You're okay, cool. Hey man, it is 4 o'clock. It's 4 o'clock. I'm gonna go ahead and get some eats. I haven't ate all day. So we got the Wayne review on this episode. We did 4 hours and 48 minutes, man. Thank you to everybody who's been in here, who's been watching the whole time. We if you've been in here the whole time, you got your whole shit lined up today. You got the Lil Wayne album review, and then you got the Diddy update trial. So we're pretty much update on everything else. Anything other news related to Diddy's probably gonna come out later on night when everybody comes out of the trial. But for me, I'm gonna go ahead and get some eat, take a break. I might come back on a little bit later. But for the most part, man, I appreciate everybody coming in here. We got 123 people watching live right now as I'm talking. Appreciate everybody tapping in here the last few weeks, last few days especially. And we're going to keep streaming every day, all day, summer streaming. And appreciate it. You guys be safe and see you later, man. Like, share, subscribe. Florida Boy J. Hit the Cash App, $, Florida Boy J at the bottom. And be safe, man.